Street where the Loyal runs do beat, and the modelling English people walked all over us. And every single night when they tell come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with the chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your way from
you. Made you run like hell away. That's right, chat. It's the fan favorite. Unfortunately, jumping right in the middle of that today. What's going on, everybody? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's Thursday. It's Thursday. What have I got for you? What have I got for you? A stream is what I've got for you. I've got my monitor back, so all is well. All is well. And also, my new graphics card. I fucking love my mum so much. I can't even begin to tell you. For many reasons, yeah? Many reasons. One being she's my mum, obviously, you know. But also, the new graphics card that she got me, not only does it mean that I can, like, play Elden Ring on ultra settings, because I tried that last night after the stream, chat. I tried that last night after the stream, and I was having a good time. I fought a dragon, just to see how it would fare, and that was great. And it went smoothly. It went great. My PC is a well-oiled machine right now. It's working exactly how I want it to work. Very exciting. Very exciting. And I started editing today my Patreon content. So any patrons that have been waiting for my May movie review, it's getting edited. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about that, because oh boy, like there is a whole world of editing that is completely opened up for me now as a result of this new graphics card. It is so smooth. I felt today, chat. Excuse me. I felt today, chat, like I did when I first opened a piece of editing software maybe like fucking 10 years ago or something. Yeah, it felt that good. It felt that fresh and exciting and vibrant and nice. It's like, oh my God, I could be creative. I could do all these things. So I'm really excited. I have a feeling that I'm going to write, film, edit, and get this next video for my channel done, the one on class consciousness I was talking about yesterday. I feel like I'm going to do that, like, you know, like maybe a week. Not even that, maybe even less. I feel like I'm going to do it in like a couple of days. Tempting fate with saying how well your PC is working. Listen, I'm willing to burn myself out on content for like the next 2 months, even if it like explodes and dies or something horrible happens to it. I don't fucking give a shit, because I'm right now, my like creative output is like, it's way up there. I was having a real good time making content today. And I have a feeling that I'm even going to be making some like Twitch clips and shit like that. And to be honest, for the next week of like me sort of like making sure that I'm still fully better, like before going to the gym. So I've got like all that extra time, you know, like I would normally be in the gym for like an hour. So I have like an extra hour each day to make content and do work in. I'm going to be going ham on it. I'm going to be going fucking ham. So I'm going to get the djmuel Twitch clips channel sorted. I'm going to be like picking out some like cheeky little Twitch clips and shit like that. Sticking them together at the end of the stream and stuff. Oh boy. Very exciting. Very exciting. But completely remiss of me to not mention the wonderful people in the stream. They're already here. Look at them all. It's Gobs. Hello, Goblin Hugger. Everybody, please go follow Goblin Hugger. They're great and amazing VTuber, content creator, live streamer here on twitch.tv/Goblin Hugger, all one word. Nana161, how are you doing? Steph, Catgirl Steph, how are you doing? Shafiq, sweet Shafiq. Always a pleasure. Fab Forward, good to see you. We got Rat Acid as well. We got Prince Infidel. Hello. How are we all doing? What have you been up to? What have you been doing today? How's it going? I've actually been playing a bit of guitar, chat. I've actually been playing a bit of guitar, which has been interesting. So maybe we're going to have like another musical incentive next month. Because I do have faith that we're going to hit. We're so close to hitting £600 in the August living cost goals, chat. If we get to £600 before the end of next month, and we got a whole other week of streaming before we get to that point, I've got all the faith in you. So I think we're gonna have the Gnome DJ stream next month anyway. And then on top of that, maybe I'll get some tunes together. Maybe we'll do like an acoustic guitar and vocals stream where I play some songs. That'd be pretty lit. Just aged myself so much by saying lit. It's just I don't even know. It just probably sounded so bad. Uni the Dino, hello. How are you doing? Welcome in, Mr. Dank. It's good to see you. Everyone's here. Well, not everyone, but you know, most people are here. The core DJ Muel chatters. I'm always like wary of saying that because I don't want to disrespect any of the other chatters who are like here on a regular basis. It's such a like thin tightrope to walk. The streamer tightrope of like, do I upset like, you know, half my audience by claiming that like, you know, just because they're not here at the start of the stream doesn't mean that they're core chatters. Anyway, we're not doing that. We're moving on. But I got some good content for you today. We are going to be looking at that. If you remember the Zoe B video we checked out last week, we're going to be checking out this Dr. Fatima, who seems like a smaller YouTuber. Well, smaller in terms of the people that we normally watch. She's got like 29,000 subs. So really want to check this tuber out. And yeah, it's definitely going to be really interesting because the video is about how to fix science, education, and the world. And it's got a bunch of people that we know, in the featured section. So, you know, Color Mind, Victory the Creator, Bellamy. So very exciting. It's the real mule heads. Lit started in the 1920s. It comes and goes. No way did it start in the 1920s. Muel is at least 103. I'll never disclose my age on stream. What do you mean? Never talk about how old I am and how weird it is to be how old I actually am. I never do that. And what seems to happen as well, I've noticed this as well. What seems to happen is that whenever I talk about like how old I am, and it's not planned. It's not because he comes in the stream and it makes me think about it. But it's whenever Conrad is here, and Conrad is like 40 odd or whatever. I don't fucking know. What is he, like 50, 60, 70 years old? I shouldn't joke about this. It's really cruel. But like fucking, yeah, Conrad seems to like be in the stream at this whenever I tend to talk about my age. And he's always like, oh, you just wait, Muel. And it's like, I can't even get mad at him for that because I know what he means. Because like whenever I hear like people who are 23 talking about like, damn, I didn't even know like how things would be when I was 23. I feel so old, like I have to do all this laundry and shit. And I'm like, you'll wait and see. You'll think it's ready now. And then you've got people 10 years older than me going like, you'll wait and see what it's like. You'll wait and see. So, you know, I don't disclose my age, apart from when I do, which is only ever when Conrad is in the stream. And obviously Shafiq is older than me. I know you're older than me, Shafiq. I know. But like, you know. You know what I mean? It's just whenever it just seems to always be when Conrad comes in, you know? You're here all the time anyway. You're here all the time. So, you know. Anyway. But yeah, what else have I been up to? Knees are a scam, just so it's clear. Yeah. I used to be with it, then they changed what it was, and now what's it is something new and scary to me. Yeah, pretty much. I don't think that's happened though yet. Like, I genuinely don't think that's actually happened yet. I've not really ever like looked at something that's popular with like young people. Like, I don't know what's popular with kids or anything like that. I'm actually chatting to someone at the minute, like from a dating app, and she's got a kid, and like the kind of things that she says that she's like doing with her kid and stuff, I'm like, yeah, fair enough. Like, it doesn't really shock me. She's not really said anything crazy like, you know, oh, he's really into like these slime videos on YouTube or whatever. I don't know. I am down with the kids. Yeah, I feel like I'm down with the kids. You know? Anyway. I feel that a lot of the time, latest thing to do it was NPC streams. Yeah, but like, you don't see how that like, how that's like vaguely entertaining at least? You think that's like so out there, you just can't comprehend it, why people would like it and stuff like that? I think that shit's pretty cool. I think listen, don't get me wrong, they're cringe, and I would never watch them. Like, it's just not my cup of tea personally. Like, I'm just like, oh no, I don't want to watch this. It's cringing me out. But I can see how it's like, it doesn't make me feel old. I can see how it's popular for sure. Knees are proof that there's no intelligent design. If an engineer came up with knees, they'd be told to keep working on it until they got it right. Yeah, but like the reason that knees get so fucked up, right, is because tarmac is everywhere, right? Like, if we still like walked on grass everywhere, if we still touched grass, chat, knees would be all right? I can sort of comprehend watching but not giving the money. Yet you are in my stream and give me money. I definitely know what that is. Okay, so NPC streamers are let me show you real quick. Oh man, the only videos about this kind of stuff is like double S Sniper Wolf. And isn't she like a Nazi or something? I don't know. That's not a request for information. Well, you're going to find out now, because you've reminded me that not everybody in the chat will know what this is. You've genuinely reminded me that this actually is like a thing that I might need to tell people about. Couples cringe. Who is this? Cody Co? This is not an endorsement of just because I'm showing this video on stream doesn't mean I endorse whichever content creators these are. I don't know who these people are. I've never seen them before. Does anyone know? Cody Co, 1.9 million views. So these are like the popular YouTuber of the day, yeah? Cody Co.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you've probably seen the NPC.
Okay, this kind of fills me with hope, because this guy's like 40 years old. So, you know, I'm not past it. I'm not past it, folks. I'm not past it.
Trend going on right now. It's everywhere. It's blown the fuck up. We're probably
this guy looks like Alec Baldwin. Look at the size of this person's fucking house. Look at, oh man.
Late to it. By the time this video
This is why I don't watch content creators like this, man. This is why I don't watch content creators like this.
Comes out, it'll probably be old news. This was a weird one, because basically what it is that people will live stream on TikTok and they act like a video game character, and you can make them do shit by giving them gifts, which you have to pay for, so they get a cut of that money.
It does feel like when you describe it like that.
So the thing is he's talking about like streamers, right? Like when he describes that, he's talking about streamers, innit? Because that's what streamers do. Like some like if you give me enough money, like we're already watching Dungeons and Dragons double feature this Saturday. 6 p.m. UK time, by the way. I should make a fucking Discord event about that. I'm going to do that when we're watching a video in a minute, chat. If you give me £600 this month, I'll be doing a gnome stream. Look, as well. Look, you don't even have to give me money and I'll drink. With the hydrate command, right? You don't have to get... He's just describing streamers. That's all that's happening.
I feel like kind of illegal.
Why?
It just sounds illegal.
Like, because you're controlling...
Like forcing... You were like, you can force them to do stuff. They're pretending like they're in a video. Maybe it's just
it
not
is
illegal.
the whole...
Maybe not illegal. Maybe just like a weird kink.
I think what you're saying is the whole thing just feels...
How is, like, legal connected to kink?
Very, like... It makes me feel...
It feels illegal, and it feels weird and wrong, so therefore it's a kink.
Uneasy
yeah.
and weird. If you scroll on TikTok right now, if you scroll the live, guaranteed there's like 5 people in the first 10 that are doing this.
I never do that, though.
People apparently make thousands of dollars a day doing this.
Ice cream, yeah.
This is, in fact, what's happening, chat, is my brain is getting sort of like activated right now and remembering about 5 years ago, there was content that people were making like this about React content on YouTube. You remember like reaction videos and shit? Or maybe it was earlier than that, because like React videos, it must have been like 2013 or something, or 2015, when like, you know, creators who didn't do React stuff, or they put like a bit more production value into it, but they were still essentially like a React channel. They were like, oh, these guys just sit there and like watch the video and then talk about it, and it's like, this is just, it's the same. It just feels the same as that, you know? It just feels the same as that. Reply videos. Do you remember reply videos? Oh my God, do you remember when they... You know what? I think that was a good thing that they stopped doing that. That YouTube stopped, like, doing... you could reply to a video. Because that kind of, like, started the whole drama tube thing. And as we all know, that's one of the worst things of all time. That's one of the worst things on the internet.
Rose is young.
It makes me feel horrible.
Why, dude? Why does it make you feel horrible? Like, I don't fucking get it. I don't get the like people freaking out about this stuff. It's just like, it's kind of fun, you know? NPC streaming feels like distilled normal streaming, all the elements condensed. Yeah, that's what I mean. It feels like the natural progression. I'm like VHS, and this is like DVD. Right? Hey, Solar Juice. Yeah, can they do a wall glitch though? Right, exactly. Don't talk to me about NPCs until they're doing wall glitches.
Donut's young. Roses.
No spicy. No.
How do you do that?
I'm spicy.
Like
No, spicy.
She doesn't.
No.
She
Yeah, it's called talent. It's called voice acting. Like, that's why these people get watched, you know? Anyway, I'm not gonna watch more of this like random fucking, you know, they're literally doing the thing. They're literally doing a React thing. And like it's just so weird. Like the YouTube cycle, it's like sped up. I don't know. It's kind of like the sped up political cycle, innit? Sorry, I just hit the mic. It's like the sped up political cycle where it's like, oh, they're just doing neoliberalism again and again and again and again. They're reinventing it, and it's like, yeah, well, they're just the React content. They're just like reinventing it. People reacting to React content and saying it's bad, you know, and now they're doing it with NPCs. Anyway, fuck that. Let's go back here and listen to some music. So anyway, we were talking about age. We were talking about me saying the word lit, and I was gonna do some acoustic music streams. Yeah. I think that's where I was up to. Yeah, I was talking about doing some music maybe in October or something like that, because I can play a couple of tunes. One that I'm like kind of good at is Geek USA by the Smashing Pumpkins. I couldn't like sing and play the guitar at the same time as that though. I was talking to someone who used to be in the Twitch community, but I think he went off Twitch and he's in the Discord now, on Blue Sky about this earlier. Like apparently Billy Corgan like really loves Geek USA. Like he really fucking loves it. It's his like his favorite thing. And I was like, what? He doesn't even do anything in that tune. But then I remembered, oh no, he actually does play the guitar. And then I watched a video of him playing it live, and I was like, oh yeah, he like plays the solo and everything, and like he's singing while he's doing the fucking like incredible actually. Like he's really good. I was trying to take the piss out of him and say like he's not actually that good because, you know, he's Billy Corgan and he's a piece of shit and I hate him. But yeah, you know, he did pretty good. Can't wait for the Colloidal Silver Gnome guitar rocking bonus stream. Who says I'm gonna do a Colloidal Silver Gnome? Billy Corgan is such a disappointment. You know, on like a show recently, I didn't even know this, chat. I didn't even know he did this. This was crazy. He just like stopped in the middle of a show. And he goes to the back of the fucking, in Milwaukee. This was in Milwaukee. The Smashing Pumpkins were playing in Milwaukee, and he just kind of like, he's just like eating at the back of the. I don't even understand if this is like a bit or whatever. It's so fucking weird. Like, what is he doing? Is it supposed to be funny? Or is it just like he's got like so incredibly up his own arse that he's just like, yeah, I should have like a chip stand that I can go to when the drummer's doing a drum solo. Is it supposed to be a bit? He's William Patrick Corgan now. Great music, utter chud. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. Anyway, so that's that. That's that. Why colloidal silver? We were talking a bunch about colloidal silver the other day, Prince. Yeah, so chat's got colloidal silver in their head. I love it. I say chat, but it's just one guy. It's literally just Mr. Dank. It's literally just one chatter. It's not even like two chatters. Not even Pringles sponsored content. It just doesn't even make sense. It's just so weird. It's really weird. It's really weird. I don't understand, like, why he can't, like, go through a show without eating crisps. I just don't fucking get it, man. Anyway, whatever. Like, it's fine. Like, if you want to eat some food while you're working, whatever, man. Whatever's clever, innit? Whatever's clever. If that works for you, it works for you. Anyway, I got some interesting stuff. I was talking about... I would piss on him if he was on fire, but that's because he'd hate being saved by a queer trans lefty. Right. You would want to do nice things for him because he'd hate that, right? Anyway. What was I going to say? So, yeah, I got a bunch of stuff for us to look at today. It's very exciting. I got a couple of, like, little short videos for us to watch before we watch, like, the main content. So, yeah, we're going to check out a couple of stuff. The first thing that we're going to check out is, could America have a general strike like France? This is The Classroom featuring Alice Capel from More Perfect Union. More Perfect Union have been really cool recently. They've been having some, like, other creators on there to do this thing called The Classroom, where they talk about, like, certain bits and bobs that, you know, that are really interesting. So Alice Capel is a great creator, and I'd highly recommend you check out her content. But go and click the link in the chat right now. Could America have a general strike by More Perfect Union? Just follow More Perfect Union anyway, because they do some great videos, just all about union action and strike action and all that stuff. And Alice Capel does some great stuff as well, so you'll find her stuff in the description of that video. So we're gonna jump straight in because, you know, I kind of just want to watch. Oh fuck, what am I doing? Oh, this command works again. How about that? This command actually works again for some reason today. Twitch must have been fucking with the back end over the last few days because yeah, they really fucked up. Oh my god, how loud is this video? So loud, so loud, so loud. Let's start that again.
Hi, my name's Alice, I'm a French YouTuber, and a couple of months ago I started posting about the French protest on social media.
Okay, I put subs there, but there's already subs, so alright.
As the protest continued, I made a video about it on my YouTube channel, and that's when I noticed a common theme in my comment section. Some people said the French will protest for anything, or why can't something like this happen in America? Now, I couldn't help but feel the powerlessness in those comments. And the same sentiments were reflected in American media coverage. The accepted narrative seemed to be that the types of protests taking place in France could never happen in America because French people and French culture were just different.
The French?
I don't think it's that. I think that, like, a lot of people, there was a lot of, like, discourse, shall we say, about, like, French people. You know, people in America were saying we should riot like the French, we should go crazy, we should do all this stuff, like, it's really important, like, things are getting so bad now, we really need to think about doing this. But then, as always, there are, like, people who are like, we can't do that because X, Y, Z, and, like, some of the reasons were, oh, we're just not like the French, you can't persuade people to do this, or, like, that's really dangerous, we would just get shot by the police if we did that, etc., etc., etc. And I think it was more about that stuff, right? I think it was more about, like, yeah, you don't know what the police are like in the USA, right? It's a bit different.
love to protest.
The culture of protest runs deep.
Striking and protesting was the French national pastime.
French retirees are outraged that the retirement age is going to go up from just 62 years old to 64.
They really do love their strikes.
The fact of the matter is Americans don't like the fact that they're retiring later, but they're not, at this particular point, going out on the streets and causing a lot of trouble.
This really bothered me. Why do we see protesting, striking, unionizing as something essentially cultural?
Right,
Whose
right,
interest does it serve to promote this?
It's that unique linking of fucking neoliberalism to be like, oh yeah, this is literally like our culture. Our culture is to be cooks and don't do anything. You know what I mean? Hey Lego, how's it going? Good to see you. I think part of why the French are able to protest more is maybe because they already have a lot more protections. Well, what do you mean, like, protections? Because, like, I think this video is going to go into this. I've already spoken about, like, the difference in, like, police and policing and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, France is also a lot smaller than the United States. Like, you know, in the US, like, protesting like that, it might be, like, statewide kind of thing. Like worker protections and such. Yeah, I mean, the US does have like certain... It depends what state you're in, right? It depends what state you're in. Hey, Leftwood Edward, how you doing? We've been conditioned to accept disrespect at work in exchange for quote-unquote stability. Right. Exactly. I think there is a lot of that in the USA. I think that, like, some people think, like, man, things are pretty bad. We better not, like, fucking push the button. Otherwise, things will just get worse, you know? Hey, Seiko Akamuchi, we also have healthcare, so even if we do get shot, it doesn't cost us millions, I guess. Right, exactly, yeah. Yeah, if you're in a country with, like, you know, free healthcare, it's a lot more interesting. I'm in Canada and I'm unemployed, so I'll admit my knowledge is limited. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact ins and outs of it. You know what I mean? But I do think what Alice is talking about has a little bit of weight to it. You know, like it is definitely like being seen as a cultural thing, whereas it's like no, it's fucked that's the case because this is just people standing up for their rights, right?
Narrative. And finally, like my commenters said, could something like this,
more than 1 million striking against the president's proposed pension reform,
happen in America? We're going to get to the bottom of those questions right now. This is the classroom from More Perfect Union.
Like, the only thing that I could think of that was kind of like this in recent history were the George Floyd uprisings, right? Like, there were so many people all over, like, protesting, like, every week. All over the USA for like a solid 2 months or something. Do you know what I mean? Maybe even longer. And people really ran with that shit. Do you know what I mean? People really ran with it. And it was looking really awesome for a while because you got things out of it like the Chaz, right? In Seattle, which I know was like not amazing and not perfect, but like, you know, progressive for America, progressive for like America protest politics, you know?
And today we're talking about Europe. Now, before we get to the nitty-gritty of it, I'd like to go and see why some fellow French citizens decided to show up to the protest today.
No! Yeah, that's right, Leftwood Edward, yeah.
Parce qu'on est contre la réforme injuste et ignoble de M. Macron et qu'on ne veut pas que ça passe. Il fait du déni de démocratie. Il est en train de mettre une pagaille en France comme c'est pas permis parce que tout est à l'arrêt.
Moi, je suis le mouvement des manifestations contre la réforme des retraites depuis le début.
Ouais.
Et j'avais vraiment envie de venir à celle-ci en particulier parce que la loi a été passée.
Ouais.
Pas votée, mais passée.
Ils sont profondément opposés à cette réforme. Parce que d'autres solutions existent et je pense que s'ils faisaient l'effort d'écouter et les syndicalistes et les parlementaires...
Mais ce dialogue, il peut marcher que s'il y a une base de droit quand même.
Il faut le respect du droit, nous on est les garants.
C'est là, voilà, on parle de dialogue, mais si les travailleurs n'ont plus de droits, c'est compliqué d'avoir un dialogue.
Et on sait qu'ils ont tous une place dans la société. Et je pense que voilà, il faut se battre là-dessus. Il faut essayer de faire avancer les droits pour tout le monde. Tout le monde se sentira mieux.
Maybe it's about like what gets publicity, like political stuff that's important isn't necessarily super publicized to the public. I mean, I don't fucking know, man. Like at the end of the day, I don't think it's anything to do with that because I think that like if we're talking about the George Floyd uprisings in the USA specifically, the coverage of that was like overwhelmingly negative from like a lot of points from like every kind of major media outlet, they were saying this is rioting, it's too much. Oh my God, think about the business owners, think about the property. And then even on the other end of it, like, you know, the fucking Republican media narrative was like, people should sort these protesters out. And then Kyle fucking Shittenhouse went and murdered a couple of people, right? And then some other people like murdered some people and shit like that. You know what I mean? And so like even then, I don't know if it's like I really don't think that it started because it was publicized in the media. You know, I don't know. At the end of the day, it seems to be that like, I just think there's definitely like strike action that's building up in the USA. And I think that people are saying, why don't we strike like this? Because they're beginning to see a appearance of class consciousness all over the place, right? People are starting to see that. Americans are starting to see that. They're starting to see like, oh, okay, we know there's a bunch of strikes going on. We know that UPS are striking. They're getting wins. We know that like other people are striking. Starbucks are unionizing. Amazon warehouses are unionizing. That fight's still going on. People are starting to develop more of a class consciousness. And it's like we are now seeing people wanting more than that. Do you know what I mean? They're wanting more than that. They're starting to go, we need to take a leaf out of these guys' book. You know? Hey, one who reads. I hope you're still doing well. Know that your friend had COVID this weekend, so yeah, I hope you're still feeling good. News channels are businesses, and hence their interests are fundamentally opposed to those of workers. Yeah, well, I think that's oversimplifying and misdirecting it, because news channels are more than that, aren't they? They are the mouthpiece of the means of production, aren't they? Like the people who control that, the means, they control the means of communication, and it controls the narrative. So, you know, I think it's more than that. I think it's that the people who are in charge of that shit. That's what you're fundamentally trying to say. I know that's what you're fundamentally trying to say, but like, it's not. They're trying to make out that they're the same as the small businesses and stuff, but they're not. They're something much bigger. They're something much fucking bigger than that. You know what I mean? It's just it fits into what you're saying, but like it is bigger than that. States tried to make it legal to hit protesters. Yeah, that's right, Prince. Yeah. Sayaka says, I just joined, so I don't know if it was mentioned already. Riots in France, partly because of retirement age change. Yes. Mostly because the Senate voted no to that change, and Macron forcefully pushed the law. Yeah. It wasn't just because of the state pension age. Yeah. I'm also thinking, like, if there's coverage of the actual political machine, and what, if anything, is said about laws that are passed, such as something like this for retirement age. No, I don't think it's any different to the USA. They're always talking about what's being passed in the House and the Senate and stuff like that. It's no different. It's no different.
Back to the studio. So the first thing I did was to...
Like, what you have to remember is that France is an imperial core country, right? It's an imperial core country, just like the USA, just like every country in Europe, yeah? The means of communication will be communicating the same stuff, right? What counts, and I think what's different in France, is that they have a more solid trade union an activist and protest network, and that comes from a historical background. But you know, the US has this too. It's just been oppressed in different ways, right? It's been successful in France for different reasons, and it's been not as successful in the US for more brutal reasons, right? You know, shit like that. Like same in the UK. You know, like the UK had like a strong trade union movement, and then Thatcher came in and gutted all that, and we're just starting to see like a resurgence of it now.
A little bit of distance and look at where we come from. To make things simple, we can divide the last century in 3 eras. First, the era of decline of Union prosperity after the Second World War that progressed into the 1980s into
this is the main thing.
Rapid deunionization in exchange for increasing...
It wasn't just Thatcher, it was Reagan,
finally,
you know?
A third, potentially new era that we'll talk about later in the video. And to make things even simpler, we're going to create 2 tracks that will materialize Europe on the one hand and America on the other hand. That way we'll be able to check the progress made on each side as we move forward. But first, let's start with the beginning. We're in the late 1890s and unemployment is really high in the US. Between 3,000 to 4,000 unemployed workers gather in Union Square in New York to listen to one woman called Emma Goldman, an anarchist and a ferocious workers' rights.
Hell yeah, we love
Goldman
Emma.
told them the following, quote, "Demonstrate before the palaces of the rich. Demand work. If they do not give you work, demand bread. If they deny you birth, take bread." 20 years before that, you could hear similar speeches in France as the Paris Commune sought to establish itself against the bourgeois republic.
Yeah.
The revolution was in the air both in Europe and in the US. In 1935, the National Labor Relations Act was signed into law by President Franklin D. Roosevelt to quell industrial unrest and introduce collective bargaining between trade unions and employers. That's a serious step forward for America. Now, a year later, the left-wing coalition called Le Front Populaire, the Popular Front, won the French elections with a pro-workers' rights agenda. They established a 40-hour work week and forced employers to raise wages and to give employees 2 weeks of paid holidays. 10 years later, the right to strike was even put in the French constitution. Europe catches up. At that time, it felt like a dialogue between employers and employees could exist because things were done to reduce the inequality of bargaining power between the two groups. But that didn't last long. As globalization and deindustrialization accelerated, union prosperity declined. In 2 decades, the US Parliament and several states established...
That's really funny because I think this that she's like showing here is like an old factory building, right? And a bunch of, it's in Detroit, innit? Like you can see there, Detroit is not dead. I think this is like a common spot for urbex YouTubers because, you know, I watch my ghost content. Yeah, I watch my ghost content because, as we all know, I believe in ghosts, right? Don't laugh. Okay. And a lot of the ghost content videos are urbex explorers who like see weird shit going on. 9 times out of 10, it's just like a homeless person. But yeah, and like this is definitely like one of the places that I've seen someone go to, and the experience that they had was like a bit more credible than the standard urbex quote-unquote ghost videos. So yeah, interesting, actually. Hey, Death, how you doing? Good to see you.
Union prosperity declined. In 2 decades, the US Parliament and several states established laws...
I even remember him talking about like the union stuff and like unionized miners, and it's like all these unionized miners were killed because the state was crushing it and shit like that. It said ghost on top of the building? No, it didn't. What?
As globalization and deindustrialization accelerated,
don't fuck with
union
me.
Prosperity declined. In 2 decades,
whoa.
Accelerated.
Oh shit! What the fuck? It does. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Union prosperity declined.
Crazy.
In 2 decades, the U.S. Parliament and several states established laws meant to make striking increasingly illegal.
Yeah.
In response to major post-war strikes, Republicans and Democrats passed the Taft-Hartley Act, also called the Labor Management Relations Act.
Hey, Manticore, thanks so much for the lurk. Appreciate you.
The Act restricted the activities and power of labor unions by first making secondary strikes illegal. It meant that
it said Geist in the building as well. That's crazy, Prince.
No
oh
longer
my
support
god.
a strike initiated
Geist
by
German for ghost.
Corporation. Strikes could only be organized against the contractual employers. Now, these restrictions also exist in some European countries like Latvia, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and the UK. And they can be applied in Germany, Italy, and Spain, depending on the nature of the strike. In France, on the other hand, secondary strikes are legal and solidarity action is common. The Taft-Hartley Act also allowed individual states, later called right-to-work states, to outlaw the union shop and agency shop arrangements in companies. These arrangements forced newly hired employees to either join the company's union or at least pay union contributions, so getting rid of them helped decrease union membership. Finally, 20 years later, the controversial Public Employees Fair Employment Act of 1967, better known as the Taylor Law, prohibited New York State employees from striking. All these new obstacles forced America to put the brakes on union development.
Yeah,
before we look
just
at
like
what
we said
in Europe. Did you notice how the meaning of words have changed there? First, we have a law titled Public Employees Fair Employment Act that made striking illegal and led to the incarceration of public workers. Then you have the right to work states, outlawing compulsory union membership, therefore implying that unions prevent employees from working.
Yep.
And finally, remember that the Labor Relations Act of the 1930s was amended by
I've not read him out, but welcome him.
Relations Act. Words matter, and those examples show that the culture around work changed in favor of management. It was the beginning of a new era, the era of management power. So what
I've just realized after like maybe 2 or 3 months of you being in my chat that like your name is probably Rohomild because you're like you're from like somewhere in Scandinavia, right? I've got that right?
What happened during that time in Europe? Well, Europe tried to resist the rise of free market capitalism. Eastern Europe was under the influence or part of the communist USSR, and Western Europe tended to reject US imperialism. For example, in May 1968, an unprecedented wave of protests
I need to start calling you that
general
then.
strike took over France, and was then followed by
this is a thing that the US government loves to do, right? Name the laws to mean exactly the opposite of what they fucking mean. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy. Right to work, but it's like the opposite. It's the actual opposite. So fucked up.
Caldo, meaning hot autumn, during which Italian workers went on a series of strikes to demand better working conditions. Those two moments of resistance marked the history of labor in Europe. The goal was to ensure that economic shocks weren't instrumentalized to encourage the privatization of the economy or increase employers' power over employees. Let me give you an example. As unemployment rose in France in the 1970s, unions advocated for a policy of work sharing, which meant that employees' working hours would be reduced to encourage employers to hire new workers.
Hell yeah.
Their motto was very simple: work less, work all.
Did you see this, chat? They in Pennsylvania. Hold up. Pennsylvania. Hey, Umbra Sage, how you doing? Good to see you. It's literally to trick people into thinking something terrible is good for them. It's so bad, right? Pennsylvania announces 4-day work week. Yeah, or not announces. They're pushing for it. So this is news from kind of last week. But this is really interesting for anyone in PA. Representative G. Ronnie Green announced a bill that would mandate 32-hour work weeks for large companies. It'll be the state's third piece of legislation this year that promotes a shorter work schedule. So, you know, and Pennsylvania is interesting because there's like a bit of industry sort of like still in, you know, factory and production and shit like that, you know, where there's like loads and loads and loads of work going on. I don't know if that sentence made sense, by the way, because I had an ADHD moment there. So if that didn't make sense, please ask. But yeah, I feel like there's like a bunch of like industries that are like factory production work and manufacturing shit like that, and Amazon warehouses and stuff like that. But yeah, the key here, people in chat are saying is without reduction in pay. So that's really important. Do you know what I mean? There's a bunch of places that tried 4 days work week, and employment skyrocketed since they needed more workers. Also, productivity increased since people's minds weren't in the gutters, so even the employees liked it. Right, listen, let me do a thought experiment with you, chat. And I did this on Blue Sky a couple of weeks ago, right? So pretty much all of the world's production nowadays is in the global south, aka the imperial periphery, right? So that's where like all of the production for everything is. So even food, you know, even like a lot of food comes from the global south, imperial periphery countries all over the world, right? They produce loads of our clothes, loads of our electronics, all the factories, all the mines are there, you know, the raw resources and shit like that. Everything, yeah? Everything. David Graeber, everybody drink, wrote a book called Bullshit Jobs. And in that book presents a thesis that he says 60% of jobs all over the world are completely unnecessary for human survival, right? So that means, so we're talking like finance, debt collecting, bank stuff. Do you know what I mean? All this like stuff that's completely unnecessary. Now, not only do pretty much all of the countries in the imperial periphery produce all of our goods. They actually produce far more goods than any of us need. You've all heard about the Shine landfills, yeah? Where there's just landfills and landfills and landfills of clothes that they've like not sold, right? So think about that. All those workers scale their work way back, right? Way back, way back, way back, way back. Do some degrowth in the global north, you know? Start bringing back some manufacturing to the global north. Get some growth in the global south. Start taking out, you know, some of these like intensive jobs and shit like that. Scale back loads and loads and loads. Get rid of emissions, yeah? And then all of a sudden, you've got like everybody all over the world who is not only not working a 4-day work week, but probably working like a 1-week work month, right? And the production will probably be like so scaled back because we're not producing for profit anymore. We're producing just to meet the needs of everybody all around the world. You could probably go and do another job every week, right? Every week you could go like, right, you know what? I'm going to go to the fucking farm this week. Yeah. I'm going to go and do some farming this week. This week I'm going to go work in a factory. Yeah. This week I'm going to go work in the pasta factory. This week I'm going to go work in the fucking, you know, in the research and development department for how we get to space, how we do space travel, intergalactic space travel or some shit like that. You know, just think about it. You could also start to learn about like caring for disabled people. So, you know, a lot of the problems that disabled people have, you know, nowadays are just because they're forgotten about, right? They're not included in conversations. They're not included in conversations where it's like, how do we build our cities? How do we build our homes, etc., etc., etc. So all of a sudden, people are like learning about healthcare. People are learning about caring for your fellow human, etc., etc., etc. Right? That's the world we could live in. Easily, we could do that today and nothing would get worse. In fact, things would get better almost instantly. Do you know what I mean? Think about all the people in sales jobs, right? I bet some people in the chat work in sales for like a company and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? If one wants some extra money or is just bored or wants to learn or consolidate a new skill, no, forget money. No, forget money, because at that point we don't need it. This isn't even with money. This is just like you work to help people get the things they need. That's what you do. You do it because our society is now based on love and compassion rather than a meaningless, cold, dead husk of a profit incentive. How much art and music would be in the world if we only worked 1 week a month? Exactly. Think about how beautiful we could make the world if that was the case, right? But this is all possible. This is all possible. You know what I mean? We just have to decide. We just have to decide to do it. So, you know, this is the importance of thinking about life after capitalism, post-capitalism society. This could all, you know what I mean? Anyway. Lego 2x4 says, I was working as a receptionist before my CFS-induced burnout. Legitimately really enjoyed it, but the environment and the schedule led me to having to quit. This is the thing. Even if you have a job that you like, overworking and being overworked makes you hate it. It makes you hate it so much. Like, this is why, like, artists will get burnout. Because, like, people, you know, creators and shit like that under capitalism, because, like, you work because you're desperately trying to make content to, like, get paid, right? And then all of a sudden, you fucking hate your job because you're working too hard. And it's like, but this is a dream job. I don't understand. I always wanted to do this, and now I hate it. And I am actually earning money from it, but oh my God, it's so bad. Well, it's like a common thing, right? And this happens with other kinds of creators too, like, you know, musicians, artists, etc. Anyway, I digress, but you know what I'm trying to say, chat. Like, you know, this is what things like this lead to. Like, we don't even need a 4-day work week. A 1-week work month. Imagine that.
And surprisingly, it is around that time that Americans started working more than Europeans. Before that, it was the opposite. Americans worked less than Europeans.
Right.
So it's not so much about cultural differences, but rather
chat, I've just got to go and put some rice in the fridge. Behave.
In times of economic shock. After the shock, those achievements were often secured and became the new norm. However, while most of Europe was resisting the influence of the US, one European leader chose to open the door to neoliberalism.
the Iron Lady of the Western world.
In 1979, Margaret Thatcher was elected as the UK Prime Minister. In the US, the neoliberal ideology was already well established and culminated with the election of Ronald Reagan in 1980.
You wanted law and order in this town. You've got it.
Thatcher and Reagan were aggressively anti-union. They did not hide it. As soon as she was elected,
Oh yeah, okay, Thatcher moment. Oh my
a series
god.
of employment acts that made
Assemble.
picketing increasingly illegal. Unsurprisingly, UK's percentage of trade union membership significantly decreased, despite being one of the strongest in Europe in the decades that came before that. On the other side of the Atlantic, Reagan chose a more spectacular approach to change his country's sentiments towards unions. On August 3rd, 1981, Reagan stepped onto a podium in the White House Rose Garden with a grey suit and perfectly combed hair to make an important statement.
I'm trying to remember if Pierre Trudeau was also anti-union. Wait, isn't that the guy that's in? Wait, what's the Prime Minister's name now? Is it Jean Trudeau? So his dad was in the government as a Prime Minister. How is this any different from kings, man? You know, when you look at like America and it's like, oh well, Justin Trudeau, that's his name. Pierre Trudeau's son. Like, at what point did we forget the fucking? At what point did we forget that we don't live in the divine rights of kings anymore? Like, it's insane. It's completely insane. It's the same in like America, innit? Like George Bush, George W. Bush, Gary B. Trudeau. Wait, what? No, stop. Stop it now.
Tell those who failed to report for duty this morning, they are in violation of the law.
The Bush dynasty,
and if they do not report for work within 48 hours, they have forfeited their jobs and will be terminated.
Shut up, you smelly willy.
This particular event, known as the 1981 PATCO strike, because it is a defining moment in labor history. It confirmed the fact that we had entered a new era, the era of management.
Clinton as well, yeah.
So the PATCO strike didn't go as planned. Air traffic controllers asked for a significant raise and went on strike to force negotiations. They thought they had the upper hand because an airport couldn't properly run without air traffic controllers to ensure planes land safely. But Reagan's administration also had a plan. After his announcement, the president and his team looked for replacement workers to counter the strike.
Scabs!
For them, the sky was blue on the following day, the visibility was great, and pilots didn't need controllers' help much.
Excuse me.
The traffic was up to 75% of normal.
Reagan was, yeah, I know, because Reagan was an actor, right? In his early years. I'll never forget. Is it this? Is it this? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. He was in some fucking goofy ass movies, chat. There he is. Fucking bedtime for Bonzo. Fucking bedtime for Bonzo, man. He was in SAG, and he was like, yeah. What Mr. Dank says, I believe it, that he probably was the president. Yeah. Crazy, man. Yeah. Rights for me, but not for thee. Absolutely vile. There's a whole thing during the convoy bullshit in Ottawa because Justin Trudeau invoked the Emergencies Act, which hadn't been invoked since his dad. Right, yeah, and like both times it really fucked over like Indigenous Canadians, right? They're still using that to like hurt people who were doing land defense, right? They played a clip of his cowboy show earlier in the video.
Were fired the following day. The PATCO strike became an example to
Death
learn
Valley
from.
Days, is that what
The
it's
Walton
called?
School of Business even came out with their own manual to encourage business leaders to use the failed strike as a source of inspiration. Ronald Reagan was seen as a hero who had resisted evil, lazy strikers and helped things go back to normal for regular Americans. As Kenny Mallern, the host of NPR's Planet Money podcast, explained in an episode, Reagan was able to convince a good chunk of the American public that strike breaking, not striking, was something patriotic.
They're not going out on the streets and causing a lot of trouble.
Because we're working too hard to go out.
That's
right.
No croissants for us.
No croissants for us? Are you kidding, dude? What do they think? Like French people get like a break at work for a croissant? croissant.
It resonated
You know?
with the experience of people living in an increasingly individualistic society, meaning a society where individual freedoms are prioritized over everything else.
To be honest, that's completely true. Like, Patrick Bateman, American Psycho is like it's like the film of the 80s/90s, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's like just incorporates like everything that like corporate America boils down to, like corporate neoliberal, gross fucking yuppie, like, you know, it's just yeah.
Meaning a society where individual freedoms are prioritized over everything else. In that society, strikers are said to infringe on regular workers' freedom to move. I wish I could say that France escaped the neoliberal wave, but I'd be lying to you. It is true that when Thatcher and Reagan came to power, French voters elected left-wing candidate François Mitterrand, who kicked off his mandate with a Keynesian agenda. But it didn't work the way he wanted, and so he ended up aligning himself with the US and the UK. So yeah, time for Europe to also put the brakes on. The 2008 subprime mortgage crisis accelerated this process. It hit the most vulnerable countries like Greece and allowed Europe to impose austerity measures meant to further dismantle their welfare system. So, after decades of neoliberal policies, the way we work and protest has completely changed.
Yeah.
Trade union density has seriously decreased all over the world. In 2017, the number of workers who went on strike in the UK fell to its lowest level since the late 19th century.
Damn, no fucking way, man.
The same percentage of union membership as the US, around 10%. I know, it always surprises people when I say that, given the image we have of French citizens, French...
Don't you know about the French version of 11s where they take a single coffee-dipped bite of a croissant before putting out their 6th cigarette of the day in it? You know, it's funny because, like, you know, some people might consider that to be quite rude, but I think that sounds fucking awesome, actually. I think that sounds really
But as
cool.
we mentioned earlier, and contrary to Americans, French citizens are allowed to join secondary strikes, which in turn favors sectoral bargaining. It means that the government can apply victories achieved in one company or one sector of an industry to an entire sector or an entire industry, and to all workers, even those who aren't members of a union. This solidarity among employees is the reason why French Amazon workers got their employers to close French warehouses for 5 days at the beginning of the pandemic to make sure safety measures were in place. In the meantime, in the US, ALU leader-to-be Chris Smalls.
Yeah, let's go, Chris Smalls!
Out to protest those same unsafe working conditions. In France and in other European countries,
Big up,
union
Chris.
leaders are political actors who have access to government officials, and the government is supposed to listen to them. That is why they are more likely to organize big protests close to powerful institutions that any individual can join. In other words, unions are meant to embody a...
That was so based. That was so fucking based when they invaded the offices of BlackRock. Because you know about BlackRock, right, chat? Damn, you can't even find information about this because they just fucking literally control the world. So BlackRock is just like an investment company, basically. Like, that's all it is. It's like corporate business development and all this kind of stuff. So what they do is they invest so much in literally like every big company that they have a bunch of directors on the boards. They have a bunch of like literally people there to be like, oh, by the way, we need to make sure that the line goes up for us because we're the investors. They're the reason for everything being as bad as it is. I mean, they're not really, like, you know, a lot of other things altogether, but like very, 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 very fucked. Yeah, it's essentially like a monopoly. It's like an attempt at a monopoly. And they're just getting away with it because that's how the free market works, right? Yeah. Kai Cord, hello, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hayes Vibe Bloomin', good to see you. They also buy up as much land as they can to inflate housing and land prices. Oh, yeah. You better believe they're doing the corporate fucking landlord shtick. But yeah, you like if you Google like BlackRock seats on boards 2023, yeah, it doesn't even show up with like any of the like. There's like videos on TikTok of a guy going like, look, this company here, BlackRock, and then there's another company called like Venture Capital or something like that. So yeah, I was trying to make a joke at the expense of that presenter earlier. No, it's all good. You know, don't worry. You don't need to apologize to me. Don't need to apologize to me, you know. Just apologize to the French chatters, you know what I mean? Anyway, 3 close deaths in 2015 to 2017. Listen, you don't have to apologize. Listen, it's literally like, I don't even care. Like, the French are colonizers, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like anti-French racism. It doesn't exist. Anyway, Zvybloom is saying, overwork of otherwise enjoyable stuff. I went into web development because I loved it as a teen. It was fun for a while. Full-time work while caring for my ill mum while I had my own health issues. Then 3 close deaths in 2015 broke my brain. Clung on to work a few years until I couldn't continue. Couldn't afford to take time off or even the part-time to recover. You know, it's not even capitalism at this point. When you start talking about this, it's like society as a whole doesn't realize how productive we can be when we're not forced to work. Right? Do you know what I mean? Like at this point, like, humans are so convinced because of the powers that be, capitalism itself, neoliberal capitalism. Do you know what I mean? Yes, the way we work doesn't work. It only serves for like this short-term profit incentive, and then it fucking collapses in on itself, right? Because it's just unsustainable. It's completely unsustainable, you know. Anyway.
Of counterpower from the local to the national level. Now, I say they are supposed, they are meant, because it is clearly not happening in France at the moment, and that's why people keep protesting. For the past decades, up to this very day, we have witnessed the rapid dismantlement of workers' past victories, and can't even voice our anger through unions because the government refuses to listen to them. We get told that we're lazy, that we need to tighten the belt, while French billionaire Bernard Arnault became the richest man on earth.
Right, Mr. Dank.
Elon reached the title. Well, it doesn't matter, because we have the richest women on earth. Look at us, bridging the gender pay gap, one female billionaire at a time. So our initial question was, could something like the protest in France happen in the US?
Girl boss moment.
And for me, the answer to that question is that it won't happen overnight, but it is possible. In fact, unions are regaining momentum in the US. Sarah Nelson, president of the Association of Flight Attendants, said that the US are entering a new era in its labor history.
Let's go!
In which workers are primed to transition into a more confrontational relationship with management. You should take to heart that many of the French citizens I spoke to are inspired by America, that's right. Protests organized by BLM and Me Too movements, progressive leaders like Bernie Sanders and AOC have struck a chord with the youth in France.
It's true.
They have politicized young people across the globe and encouraged them to go in the streets and demand what is right. It is clear that our countries have a deep relationship of inspiring each other, going back to the days of revolution. And if you're watching the images of protests here in Europe, even though your laws may be more restrictive, there is no reason that you can't join this movement seeking to restore union power. So organize
Comrade Sanders, that's just reminding me of the fucking Plandemic stream where they were like, where that guy, Mickey Willis, he was like, I was a videographer for the Bernie Sanders campaign, and then I started seeing it, all the hammer and sickle tattoos and the communist t-shirts and blah, 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 blah. That was funny as fuck, man. That was fucking funny as fuck, that.
Spread the message on social media. Let's keep inspiring.
It's like, oh no, this popular left-wing socialist, he's got communists with him, hasn't he? Oh no.
Each other. It's only the beginning.
Thank you for joining us in
Hell yeah!
a series by More Perfect Union.
That's right.
We're taking on right-wing propaganda and telling the stories that corporate-backed media ignores, while seeking out solutions for a better future for
Chat, don't forget to support More Perfect Union. I just clicked on the YouTube channel even though I didn't want to do that. But yeah, look at that. Look at that. What a great video. I love the videos that More Perfect Union does. Really, really, really cool stuff. Full Invasion of the Body Snatchers reaction. Yeah, literally Donald Sutherland moment. And that guy kind of looked like an alien. Anyway, no, he didn't. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Keep the hopium going, chat. You know, because it is. Things are changing. We're going from that into into some horrific content. I mean, most people have heard about this stuff. I mean, I haven't really covered it on my stream, but we're taking a look at the culture war attack on trans people. Number I don't know, issue 5 billion or some shit. I don't know. So this one is it's the we're banning trans women from chess thing. Kalen Conrad did a video about this, so we're gonna check out their content about this. But don't forget, chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. This is my full-time job. In case you are unaware, check out the sub off Twitch command in the chat. If you click on the link there and donate to my PayPal, it means that 100% of the money will be going to me, your boy, Donald Muel. That's right. And it means I can pay my bills, my rent, my groceries, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, you know, if you've liked what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, please consider donating. If we get to £600 before the end of the month, I'm doing a gnome stream. Don't forget about that. I'm going to be doing a DJ stream dressed as a fucking gnome. So you can enjoy that, can't you? Anyway, let's check out this next bit of content. We're trans women banned from chess. So this is Kalen Conrad. If you don't know about Kalen, they're amazing. Please go and show them some love. Like, comment, play the video in a muted tab. But yeah, let's check out this very short video from the wonderful Kalen, whose videos I have voiced things in. So yeah, please go show them some love. Anyway,
it's just low-hanging fruit. Like, it's just way too easy to make fun of gender critical people, and that's why more people should be doing it. It's fun and it's free.
True.
When normal people get banned from competing with cis people, the reason is usually something to do with how people assigned male at birth are so like big and strong and like muscly and aggressive. The argument often goes like this. People born as men have natural biological advantages that cannot be ignored without making it unfair to the real
Hey, Hell to Pay, how you doing?
Competing against them. So, when the International Chess Federation banned trans women from competing in women's chess for the next 2 years, the self-proclaimed radical feminists were celebrating.
They're also stripping titles from any trans men that got a title in women's competition. Okay, I don't understand that.
Of course. Oh, happy days. Finally, chess is fair and segregated once
Which
again.
one did you voice stuff in?
It
It was that one that they did with Little Hoots. Maybe that was like a two-parter one? I can't remember. What the fuck was it, chat? It was the one that they were talking about, like, the history of, like, the trans panic and shit like that, right? If a trans man got a chess title before coming out, they will now be stripped of that title. So are they not? So they're not doing that with trans women then? They're doing it with trans men, but not trans women. Oh, Sweet Baby Yaga!
Happy payday to me and to you, Muel. Thanks for everything you do.
Thank you so much for the £20. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. How are you doing? I hope you're doing great. Just popping in real quick. Hi, Muel. Hi, chat. Hope everyone's doing good out there. We hope you're doing good as well. Thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you. Chat, that means that we're only like £150 to go towards the end of the month goal. Buzzing. Fucking buzzing. Trans women can keep their titles, but they can't compete. Wait. So they haven't stopped trans men from competing. Wait, what? So they've not banned trans men at all? It's just some fucking mental gymnastics going on out here. It's ridiculous. Doesn't even make sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. It's complicated. No, I don't think it's complicated. I think it's stupid. I think that's what it is. I don't think it's complex at all. I think that they've done it in this like incredibly stupid fucking way. What about MBs? What about non-binary people? They'll just be thinking about what you're assigned at birth, isn't it? That's what they'll be doing. But also not somehow, I don't fucking know, dumb shit. Really ridiculous. Utterly nonsensical, yeah. like Shafiq says in the chat. Why is competitive chess gender segregated at all? Misogyny. It's the reason that every sport is segregated, isn't it? It's the reason that every sport is segregated. Think about it this way, yeah? I've always thought about it in this way, right? Ronda Rousey, in fact, any of the women, yeah? Any women in the UFC, right? MMA champions, like, you know, all these massive fighters and stuff like that. Like, most of those women could absolutely fucking destroy your average man. Like, your average cis man. Yeah, any of those fucking women could fucking pound the fuck out of it. Like, fucking, like, if you put them in the ring, they're dead. They'll die, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, getting fucking socked by Ronda Rousey. Like, you have to be kidding me, man. You would fucking die. There is no, like, those things come from training. Do you know what I mean? Like, those kinds of things. And, you know, you could talk all you like about, like, you know, oh, well, some women have, like, different bone structure, blah, blah, blah. It's like, listen, man, some women are born, like, way bigger than men, vice versa, etc., etc. Do you know what I mean? Sports are gender segregated because when men first allowed to compete, they kept winning. When women were first allowed to compete, they kept winning against men. Right. This is it. It's just so dumb. It's just so fucking dumb. So even that, like, any kind of, like, segregation of competition, it's all based in misogyny. That's where it comes down to. You know what I mean? High overzealous euthanasia. Yes, their justification is based on how complicated due to their desire to spout of any bullshit that sounds like it agrees with them at any time. This is what I mean, yeah. An inherent valuing of men's chess titles above women's. Yeah, extremely misogynist, yeah. It's
but,
really
like,
bad.
Question. If trans women were men, which they aren't, what unfair advantage would they have, biologically speaking? In other words, which skills does chess require that women are intrinsically less skilled at? Indeed, there is a specific skill set to the game of chess, and it becomes obvious that grandmasters have mastered every one of these.
I can't remember who said this on TikTok the other day, but it was a trans girl, and she was saying, like, at the moment, gender criticals have basically said that trans women are, like, more attractive and, you know, smarter and all these other things, like, you know, more everything. That trans women are so much better than, like, you know, cis women, to the point where it's like, okay, you just are using misogyny to hurt other women now. Like, that's all you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, that's all that they're doing. And it was a really, really good, very simple breakdown of how it's all just misogyny. You know what I mean? It's so bad. It's so bad.
Visualization, evaluation, calculation.
Oh my god,
Tactics,
not the Spice Girls.
Strategy. So we're talking
Kaylin,
thinking,
please.
But, like, thinking real good, making good decisions, planning ahead, and understanding both the big picture and being in the moment. Most people would likely say chess requires you to be a bit clever.
Yep.
So, like, question again. If women were disadvantaged at competing against men, that would be because of their super tiny little brains, right? Wee little grapes rolling around inside hollowed out coconuts kind of vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't believe women are less intelligent or capable than men, but people who self-identify as radical feminists do? Damn, what's a step above radical? Because that's me, I guess. I'm, like, so high up on the feminist OT levels that I know exactly where Shelley Miscavige is. Miscavige? Feminism is when women be stupid and men be super smart and great at thinking. But, like, what is it that makes men so dummy thick in the cranny? Is it the balls? Is it the dick? Is it the blood? Is it the...
Let's fucking go! How to be a misogynist but feministly.
Women and men are cognitively different. Men have better spatial reasoning ability than women. You're a misogynist and wrong.
Okay, I need whatever this is, whatever, like, plug-in this is, or some shit. I need that for my videos. I'm going to ask Kaylin how they got that. Euthanasia says they rely on the one fear that they push since forever in minorities, which is that all guys are potential rapists, not the rich white ones, though, and they can't see nor empathize any point of view outside their own, so they can't mentally accept any gender transition no matter what. Yep. She brings up why a women's league is important later in the video as a place free from misogyny, not as the only place women are allowed to compete, but as a complementary thing. Oh, is Kaylin she, they now? Okay, cool. Update for me. Hey, Spooky, what's going on? Intelligence is stored in the balls. That's what they say, yeah. There's a lot of chess competitions that are not segregated. Yeah, exactly.
A single dose of testosterone to women will markedly improve their spatial cognition versus placebo. Your argument falls flat when applied to trans women undergoing HRT taking testosterone blockers. Cis women also have higher testosterone levels than trans women. Nah, your brain development since you're an embryo is not erased by cutting off your dick. So it is the dick. I knew it.
Sorry if I got that wrong. No, I don't know. I don't know. Like if you know, you know.
Be better than this. Trans women are.
I did not get smarter after my first T injection.
Biological men, and biological men are stronger than biological women. People underestimate the role of things like stamina and strong nerves in chess. Us, women, famously known for having weak nerves and no stamina. Tell me, how long in grueling...
Stored in the balls is bioessentialism and erases trans women? What are you talking about? Are you talking about what this chat has said up here? Intelligence is stored in the balls? That's clearly a joke.
As a chess match. And how long was your mom in labor? This is absolutely killing me, because if there's one group of people known for the virtue of their strength, it's chess players.
Right.
Damn queen, this king is heavy. Let me help you carry it so your hands are free to like, comment, and fucking subscribe. Gender critical people will always claim that women's only events were always intended to give women a fair shot at winning. That's why they were invented to begin with. But like everything they say, it's not really true. The World Figure Skating Championships, first contested in 1896, was regarded as an all-male event since competitive skating was generally viewed as a male activity. But there was no regulations actually barring women, which is how Madge Syers entered, competed, and won in 1902 in London. Madge won the silver, but the gold medalist offered it to her. Rumor, nay, more than rumor, a good deal of expert opinion thought she should have won. Syers entering and winning against all those men, and a year later, the World Championships voted 6-3 to bar women from championship.
There you go.
And so women needed their own division because a woman was just too good to compete against. Maybe it wasn't that she was a woman. Maybe they should just ban Virgos.
You can say turf on Twitch. Are you joking?
Which zodiac sign should be banned from what and why? So how do we make this fair? What do we need to do to have trans women be
like there was like a lot of like thing about like cracker and incel as well, right? But you could say that stuff. You could say those words. You just have to not direct it at like a chatter or at someone on your screen in it or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like if I were to like call it Kaylin or something. Do you know what I mean? It was just like a big misunderstanding of the fucking Twitch terms of service, basically.
Just as silly as cis women.
But of course, they did use that opportunity to ban a black streamer who was just talking about an instance. Yeah. Sure, and there's lots of spin-off memes that have real impact, which when in conflict with intent outweighs that intent. Look, one who reads, like, it's completely fine for you to be upset with, like, those memes that you're referencing, right? But there's absolutely no reason to bring that up in the chat where it's like someone is clearly making a joke that isn't related to those memes. Do you know what I mean? Like, I get it. I completely get it. And I'm not telling you to, like, not be mad about that stuff at all. But, like, that person in the chat is not doing that. They're not doing that. You know what I mean?
At chess. If a single dose of testosterone to women will markedly improve their spatial cognition versus placebo, then what happens after I've taken estrogen for a year and have less testosterone than most cis women? Well, sure.
Right.
Real women are all lesbians who are into anime, porn, editing Wikipedia, gaming, and open source software, right? Right. So it's Just transphobia and misogyny, then. That's what it usually boils down to when it comes to discussing the women versus trans women in any sort of competition. At this point, the only difference between gender critical people and MRAs is that there are more MRAs. If you've seen my videos, you know that sometimes I do investigative journalism, a little undercover work.
That's right.
Which is actually the subject of the book that I'm working on. Remember the concerned parent, Carol Marinara? Well, when I set that account up,
Carol Marinara.
Atlas VPN is a tool that encrypts and hides your virtual...
Okay.
For instance, if you're Googling it on your protection and someone is trying your country, boop, and digital borders and 83 per month. Again, why do they keep calling chess a sport? Back to discussing trans people in sports.
There we go. We made it through, chat.
Why do they keep calling chess a sport? What is a sport? What makes something a sport? When discussing trans people in sports, the conversation is usually steered away from asking, what about trans men? Are they allowed to compete against biological maleness? Well, according to FIDE, not only can trans women not compete in women's chess because they're men, but trans dudes will also not be able to keep their women's awards or titles if they transition because they're, what, now men? The regulations state that if the gender of a player was changed from a male to a female on their FIDE identification, the player has no right to participate in official FIDE events for women until a further decision is made. In an interview with the New York Times, Malcolm Payne, the director of international chess at the English Chess Federation, said, "We are opposed to it because it is discriminatory. There is no intrinsic value to being a woman or a man when it comes to playing chess. There will be no change in the English Chess Federation policy." The Federation's Ethics and Disciplinary Code for 2022 states that it does not tolerate discrimination in chess on the basis of race, gender, ethnic origin, color, culture, religion, political opinion, marital status, sexual orientation, or any unfair or other irrelevant factor, except as permitted by law.
Well, that's a lie.
But hey, I guess a little misogyny and transphobia has nothing to do with, like, gender.
Right.
Let me call up my old friend Judith.
I think it's so like annoying because like when a lot of those like laws were passed, like the word gender being used in there was initially used to like talk about transgender people, you know, and like women, right? Just cis women. Excuse me. And it's like now everyone is like going, oh no, we're not discriminatory, but there's all this trans stuff is new. It's got nothing to do with gender. It's like, what are you fucking on about? Like, I feel like that's like the excuse that a lot of these corporations use, you know?
Holgar, who in 1991 was the youngest chess master in the last 30 years. Homegirl was 15 years old. I know a lot of people might be asking, why would women need a separate division at all? And you know what? There is a valid reason, misogyny, and a space free from it. But trans women also face misogyny, and logic follows that they would need to be just as protected from it. That is the feminist position. Have a space free from misogyny and make the open competitions more open by purging any misogynists. Not, men just have, like, bigger, juicier brains.
So ridiculous.
This is why I say that if anyone is actually a handmaiden of the patriarchy, it's gender critters.
Yeah.
Because the logical conclusion of gender critical people saying men intrinsically have stronger cognitive capabilities that women simply cannot compete with is that in any situation where someone needs to utilize their brain, women should just sit this one out.
It's just so bad.
President? Not with that tiny little brain, Missy. Baking? That's all math. Why don't you, well, that wall hasn't been stared at in a Burkittsville's very own Blair Witch style for a little while. Why don't you go do that? A female surgeon? Not with those slow-ass response times and inability to deal with high-pressure decision-making decisions. I'd rather be operated on by that chess-playing robot. At least he can play chess, unlike a woman. Checkmate, fake feminists.
Right.
Thanks for coming to my little channel and watching a little video.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. Down for a bit of like short form content. Pretty good. I don't think there's much else that we can really add to that, chat. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty cut and dry, right? Just fucking misogyny. Standard old school misogyny. Like even if they think that they're you know, being smart about it, that's just what it boils down to fundamentally. Like they aren't, the misogyny is so deep they aren't even like thinking about it. It's just so present, right? It's just so present. rings very separate but equal. Right. Corporate speak is basically worth less than nothing. It's AI speak, vague, non-committal wafts of distraction. Yeah, for sure. Right, listen, chat. We got our next video that we're gonna watch. This one's gonna be a little crazy. It's a little longer. This is from Insider, and I don't know much about this YouTube channel. They're definitely not leftist. They're definitely not like. I think I've watched like a couple of like food-based stuff from Insider, right? You know. I'm gonna go ahead and share this video in the chat regardless, so you can take a look at it if you want. But it's basically, it's an ex-undercover cop talking about how crime works. So, you know, retired ATF agent who went undercover with the Hells Angels from 2001 to 2003 as part of Operation Black Biscuit. Okay, cool. Cool and great. I'm sure that went really well. Look, I'm not making an apology for the Hells Angels here. Like, I know they're like white supremacist a lot of the time, very Confederate. You know, it was an upsetting shock to me, who used to like love the idea of the Hells Angels back when I was like a big like you know, mosher back in the day. Loved me some Pantera. Then I found out about the kind of things that they like. Oh yeah, that's right. Very fucking annoying. Very fucking annoying. Anyway, so the trials and tribulations of enjoying music. Right. I'm gonna switch up the other scene. Yeah, we're just gonna go with a very like. We're just gonna go with a very standard title. I forgot about Pantera. What were they liking? White supremacy. They love that shit. It was one particular member. I can't remember who it was. Hell's Angels, like a lot of things, is a mixed bag. Yeah, they're not all horrible white supremacists. They're not all like that, but a lot of them are, right? Metal is such a minefield in that regard. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Oh shit. Wait, no. I need more of a fucking title than that. Oh my god, chat. I've just completely fucked the stream title. Don't forget SJB in the chat. Support, comrade, Sarah Jane Baker. She's a trans woman. She's currently being held in a men's prison here in the UK. Please send her an email. Donate to the fundraiser and shit like that. Very, very important. Ailstorm as well are like that. Oh, fuck Ailstorm. I never liked them anyway. Also, welcome to the stream, Blue Vixen. I know you popped in earlier and I totally missed you. Pantera, no. Sepultura, yes. I fucking love Sepultura. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. What would be a good thing to write in my Sarah Jane Baker drawing? I was thinking Free Sarah Jane Baker or Fight On. Yeah, Fight On or like something like that. Yeah, cool. I'm imagining the title as a Wheel of Fortune prompt. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was going for, yeah. Hey, Thomuel, how you doing? Good to see you as well. As a metal fan, history boot and wargamer, everything I like is that kind of minefield. Yeah, it sucks. No worries, not going to expect streamers to read every message. Yeah, but, you know, it's important to me. You know, everyone who's here is important. I mean that. All right, we're going to check out this video, chat. We're going to check it out. Can't believe you forgot me. Listen, you know, for especially like, you know, with like the stream kind of like being here and there over the last couple of months, anyone who remembers me is very, very important, and I really appreciate you. And those of you that don't remember me, yeah, who's watching this on the VOD or whatever, and you've got ADHD and you forgot I existed, well, fucking be better. What the hell? And I'm allowed to say that because I've got ADHD as well. I'm just joking. Hello, TTK. Streamer not greet everyone. Explode. It's a really important thing to get mad about. Anyway, we're watching this video now. This is how a cop thinks about crime. So it's time to get mad, chat. It's time to get mad. My name is Jay Dobbins, already dressing like a pedo magician. So there you go.
I'm a retired undercover federal agent, and I infiltrated the Hells Angels. This is how crime works.
I bet it's not.
With all the hatred from me in that gang and from their supporters, they can take some satisfaction of that. They ran right over the top of me. All that battle damage, all those things happened, the failed prosecution, all that blood, sweat, and tears, they ran right over the top of me.
What are you talking about, dude?
I was just a speed bump.
What is this even relating to?
I was part of the Hells Angels investigation, which we named Operation Black Biscuit, from 2001 to 2003. I answered to a case agent. We were both ATF agents. My false persona, I went by the name of Jay Davis. The gang members knew me as Jaybird, and I portrayed myself to be a gun runner, a debt collector.
Stupidest operation name ever, I know, yeah.
Members. They want people that bring them value. I had spent some time as an associate of the Hells Angel, so getting to know them, getting to let them get familiar with me, and I was invited to the clubhouse. And the invitation, it wasn't so much an invitation as it was an order. They believed that I was doing debt collections and that I was running guns within their territory. So I was told that if I intended to keep doing that business,
the clubhouse, yeah, it's like a tree house,
yeah, clubhouse and meet their members and basically have them sanction me to continue. I showed up at the Mesa Clubhouse and was greeted in the street by 4 or 5 Hells Angels. Some had guns, some had baseball bats. In Arizona, you can open carry firearms. And so I had guns that were exposed on me. Some of the members who were...
I don't know why anyone is going to be shocked by that, dude. Like, most people know about the Hells Angels, innit? Do you know what I mean? He's like, I had guns. There were guns just everywhere. Like, bro, number one, it's America. Number two, okay, yeah,
basically working as security, told me, you can't bring your guns inside our clubhouse. That's not allowed.
Operation Custard Cream.
And I told them, I'm not taking my guns off. And I don't take them off for anybody, including the Hells Angels. You have people that you feel like you need to defend yourself against, so do I. If I allowed them to
literally Arizona, literally Arizona.
It was never going to end. And at that point, one of the shot callers from the Hells Angels came out and put his arm over my shoulder and he said, look, I make the rules and you can come in with your guns on. So right off the bat, from that very first critical interaction, like I felt like I was winning.
Fuck cops, man. Oh my God.
The Hells Angels call themselves a club, the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club. There's charters, and within the charter, the chapter, the group, there's a president, a vice president, a warlord, which is in charge of weapons and retaliations and defense. When I was associated with the Mesa Hells Angels, which is where I started, their president was Bad Bob Johnston. And he was a very well-respected, feared...
It's just a really funny name, man. Bad Bob Johnston. This guy's gonna fly to the UK and shoot me in the face. It's just really funny, dude. It's just really funny. Cool story, chat. When I was like 17 years old, I got punched in the face by a Hells Angel because they have him here in Manchester as well. I was like dancing and I was drunk and I just think he just like didn't like the look of me, but he like slammed me in the fucking face and I just like fell right over. And then like I didn't even know where he was. So yeah, interesting.
Long-time Hells Angel. If I could gain his trust, that his trust would be projected to other members and would open doors for me. In the biker gang, you start off very slowly. The first step is that you're an associate, which is you're just someone who's spending some time in the presence of the gang members. Once you build a relationship, the gang will ask you to hang around. Then after you prospect, ultimately, hopefully, you're doing that to become a full patch member. From the date of your prospecting, from when it starts, there's a minimum mandatory of 365 days.
Oh, no way, Lego.
And that's to some extent how they insulate themselves.
A literal Hell's Angel or just some dude from an MC. What's an MC? Yeah, listen, acronyms, man. Don't make me do the command. Don't make me do the command. What are you on about?
Know that a cop can't keep pace with them and can't keep up with
motorcycle club. Yeah. A motorcycle club. Yeah. No, not an actual Hell's Angel like from fucking America. No, they have like a Hell's Angel related club, motorcycle club here in Manchester. Yeah, or two of them or something.
For that,
I think one of them is called Satan's Slaves and another one is called like the 81s or something like that.
Long of time. To be a full patched Hell's Angel, it is everything to those members. The patches that they wear and the formatting of their vests, which are also called cuts, is very important in this hierarchy. I was a hang-around for the Skull Valley, Arizona charter of the Hells Angels. So I had a black cut that had nothing but Skull Valley on the front.
Hell's Satans on The Simpsons, yeah.
You get your bottom rocker, the bottom curved patch. So when I was prospecting, I got an Arizona bottom rocker. When you become a member, then you get your top rocker, the designator Hells Angels or whatever the gang is, and your center patch, which the Hells Angels is the death head. To get full membership, you have to be voted on by the members of your charter, and you have to receive a 100% vote. If one member of that charter votes against you, your prospecting phase.
I'm just kind of waiting to like get to like the crime bit, because all he's really doing at the moment is he's just talking about like this would be like similar to like, I don't fucking know, some societies and shit like that, like maybe like a fucking, you know, there's nothing like extra here about like crime that we're learning. You know what I mean? He's just explaining how like a club works. Basically, he's explaining how like a men's club works. It's like, all right, dude, come on, like let's get to the crime bit.
In the land of prospects, is that it takes as long as it takes. Territory is very important to the biker gangs. The territory you control.
How communities work 101, right?
How much money you can make within that territory. They're constantly trying to acquire territories of competitive gangs. The rivalry that I became most...
It's literally just like gangs doing capitalism. They're doing capitalism. It's just so stupid. It's like, oh, okay, cool. We had a member at work, every few months he had a sick note from a foot doctor to do gang stuff. That's pretty fucking funny, to be honest. That's pretty fucking cool. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Stunning revelations.
Closest to was the Hells Angels rivalry with the Mongols motorcycle gang. The Mongols were a California-based biker gang. I was at the 2002 Laughlin River Run, which was a major biker run in Laughlin, Nevada. The Mongols' home base was Harrah's Casino, which was a short drive up the main Laughlin Drag, Casino Drive, to where the Hells Angels home base was, which was the Flamingo Hotel. Some Hells Angels went down to Harrah's and started poking the tiger and got surrounded, and it was on. And it was every man for himself.
So, like, you know, what we're seeing here, and we know why this happens, chat, don't we, right? This is literally just like a mini capitalism, right? People do things like the Hells Angels or whatever gangs, like whether it's like the Bloods and the Crips or the Mafia or whatever it is, yeah. You are trying to do a business that just happens to deal in things that are illegal, right? That's all it is. You know, maybe there's like an element of like racketeering involved where like or what is it called? Like a protection racket. That's racketeering, right? Where you're like, oh, someone better not, you know, set your club on fire. You could hire us for, you know, protection. So that's how that's going to go down. Yeah. And it's just that's what's happening. That's just what's happening.
Stepped outside of the Flamingo, and police cruisers and police motorcycles and cars and police helicopters were all screaming down Casino Drive. And I was with another agent, and I turned to him and I said, well, I guess we know where the Hells Angels went, because the police response was massive. The Harrah's Casino riot.
Thanks,
The
TTK.
Morongo
What the fuck is
Casino
that?
riot. The Twin Peaks shooting in Texas. Those biker clashes are taking place all the time. We typically don't see it or hear about it until it takes place in a public venue where civilians, where just common man citizens are involved in it. There were fights that I was present for, that I knew the rules. I didn't want to blow my cover, but at the same time, I didn't want to watch some innocent civilian get beat down. I would find...
yeah, I'm sure you thought that, dude. Like, I'm sure you thought that. That definitely wasn't just like a thing that you like fucking tagged on, you know, just at the end there to make you seem like a bit more human. Fucking shut up, dude.
Target of the beating. And throw some legitimate punches on them. Like I wasn't faking throwing good, hard, solid punches on the victim of this rat packing. But in essence, what I was doing...
So he's just... Come on, man. I'm protecting his head.
Was protecting that victim's head.
Oh, shut up, man.
This is standard. Punching him in the head. But they would have gotten killed if they take a steel-toed boot in the forehead. I got a call from a Skull Valley charter officer. Get to the clubhouse right now and bring all your hardware, which meant bring your guns. I was told the Banditos are coming to Las Vegas. Las Vegas is our territory, and they have not requested a hall pass. We expect you to shoot them before they get the kickstands down on their motorcycle. And here's the kicker. We're gonna be watching you from a distance. If you don't shoot them, we are gonna shoot you. I was able...
This is literally just what capitalism does. It's so funny that people are like surprised that this is what happens when the countries that they do it in do like the same stuff. They just do the same stuff. Do you know what I mean?
To get in touch with the case agent, Joel,
and the reason that they're doing this specifically and acting in the way that they're doing is because a lot of the things that they're doing is like illegal, right? It's just said that it's illegal by the state. So selling drugs, etc., etc. You know, and let's be frank, chat. The racketeering shit just wouldn't happen if money didn't exist. Because how are you gonna like, you know what I mean? If everyone has access to food and all the things that they need, etc., this kind of shit will just dissolve away. It just won't even fucking last.
Slatella,
you know,
and tell him what my orders were. Joe Slatella found this pack of Banditos, pulled them to the side of the road, and stopped them. So I showed up at the target location with the Hells Angels watching me, but the Banditos never showed up. In the eyes of the Hells Angels, all they knew is we sent Jaybird to Las Vegas to kill Banditos, and dang it, he was there, ready to handle his business.
Right, what do you mean gaining trust? Have you not gained trust already? To the point where they're like, yeah, can you kill these people for us? I don't understand. Why is that not in this section? I don't get it.
I allowed the Hells Angels to see me in criminal situations.
Because you're a cop and you have no consequences for doing that shit. Okay, dude, all right.
In order to hopefully avoid some of those mud checks that I knew were coming. In biker land, a mud check is a test to see if you're gonna your pants when you're confronted with a treacherous situation. So they would accurately see me in a narcotics transaction. I would either receive or give narcotics and either receive or give money in exchange, all while being witnessed by a Hells Angels like enforcer, bodyguard.
Why?
What they didn't realize is that the person that I was in the transaction with was another law enforcement officer who was playing the role of a drug dealer. The local police departments, the local officers, they weren't in on the scheme. I got stopped by the cops all the time. I got beaten up by the cops. I was never as good of a motorcycle
Boo fucking who, dude? Boo fucking who?
rider as the Hells Angels were. They could perform tricks and do all kinds of crazy stunts that I couldn't do. And riding in a pack of Hells Angels, it takes an enormous amount of focus. You have to trust the person riding next to you because they're
He was a victim of police brutality and continued to be a cop, right? That's how deep the fucking that's how deep the brainwashing goes, man. You know?
close. Like one person makes a mistake in that conga line of motorcycles and everybody's going
Yeah,
down.
no mention of like that was a bad thing. They shouldn't have done that. Just like it's normal. It's normal.
I was told when you meet a Hell's Angel and you got your sunglasses on, you better lift your sunglasses up and look that person in the eye. That member wants to see your eyes. I was told if I had riding gloves on, you better take your riding glove off when you shake hands with a Hell's Angel. Never touch a Hell's Angel's patch. Never slap them on the back. I made those mistakes and was reprimanded for it, was smacked for it on occasion. With regards to women, there's a hierarchy that takes place within the gang.
Damn, that's just unheard of. Bro, this guy, I can't take this guy seriously. I can't take him seriously at all. It's like, there's this hierarchy that women are involved in the gang. It's like fucking, whoa, crazy.
There's old ladies who are the wives or girlfriends of members, and they're off limits.
Oh, whoa, so like women are treated like objects in this gang as well. Fucking fuck me sideways. Never heard of that before, you know?
You better not get caught trying to mess around with a member's wife or girlfriend, because there's a violent price to pay. But there's also women who, they move from member to member to member. Members can leave the gang of their own free will in good standing. Like, in essence, they can retire.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he hasn't once mentioned any measures of him informing whoever in the police force any action taken to undermine the target of his deep cover assignment. Yeah. Like, you know, this channel is called Insider, but we're not getting much inside knowledge here. I feel like all this stuff we could learn by watching like a documentary that it wasn't even made by a copper or anything like that. Some of the stuff he's mentioned isn't crime as well, right? Almost like women are treated like objects in regular society. I know, it's like, what?
And when they retire, they're considered out good.
Well, this is the thing. This is why I was interested to watch this chat, right? Because it, you know, a copper talking about, even an ex-cop, like, it doesn't matter, you know, they're going to talk about, like, quote unquote, how crime works in the way that the system makes you want to think crime works. I bet you there's going to be like a 2-minute segment in this at the end where he says these people are just bad people and they're terrible people and they're born like this, brought up like this, and they'll die like that. Do you know what I mean? Just completely dehumanize them. It's going to be that. You know what I mean? Not going to talk about any of the societal things or reasons that people turn to crime, or like, you know, the white supremacist element and where that comes from. Do you know what I mean? It's just going to be platitudes of nothing.
All their Hell's Angels property. But if you're out bad, they will come and take back their cut, their vest. They will take back your motorcycle. That's their property in their eyes. And they'll take back that tattoo. I was a part and a piece of the process of those reclamations of Hell's Angels property. Like basically almost like the police doing a search warrant, breaking into a guy's house and taking every single thing that's
Oh, there it is, chat. There it is. What? Let's just have that again. Let's just have that again.
The process of those reclamations of Hell's Angels property, like basically almost like the police doing a search warrant, breaking into a guy's house and taking every single thing that said or looked like it belonged to the Hell's Angels.
That's fucking so insane, man. It's just, yeah, I knew something like that. I knew something like that was coming. I knew it, because it's just so stupid. Hey, this dungeon sub boss. Yeah, he's not seeing any of the irony. Not an ounce of introspection about any of that. Incredible, absolutely incredible. You know? Oh, sorry, Blue. Yeah, the bot thinks you're posting a link. Sorry. The editor right then was like, cut right there. Well, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what they were thinking? I don't know if Insider is any. They probably got told by the police to you know, to edit it in a certain way, I guess, you know? Yeah. No, it's okay. You're not in trouble, Blue. Don't worry about it. It's just literally just the bot. It's an automatic thing. Don't worry. The bot is yet to become smart, yeah.
Operate independently in their charters as far as how they make money and how they conduct their business. So there's charters that run a fairly clean business and that aren't involved in a lot of crime. There's others that are involved in narcotics trafficking, gun running, extortions, protection rackets. There's no payday or no salary to be drawn by being a member of the Hells Angels. There's no big universal bank account that issues paychecks. There was Hells Angels members that I ran across that were selling street drugs and putting those profits in their pocket and keeping at least the bulk of that profit for themselves. And then they have legitimate businesses that they can push money through.
Like it's so funny, like that thing that, oh, there's no salary. Of course there isn't. What do you think? What do you think people think it is? Like, what you want about? There's no salary. Yeah, you know, like a staff. Like, all that's happening is you're just explaining how capitalism works on like a tiny basis. Do you know what I mean? Running a legitimate business, not involved in a lot of crime as well. Like, literally the admission that it's like, yeah, you know? Yeah, just clocking in my shift at the gang factory. It's so stupid. It's like, it's just ridiculous.
Just the swag and paraphernalia of the Hells Angels is a multi-million-dollar business. The Hells Angels hold toy runs, and they conduct blood drives, and they do community service.
Yes, this is like a legit thing. This is what I was wanting them to talk about. Let's see how they spin this. Let's see how they spin this.
And like that shouldn't be taken away from them.
Okay.
They make positive contributions to society with those things.
Just cut that right there. that section was so small. Wait a second. That section was called the swag. And it was tiny. Oh, the money, sorry. Not the swag. It was called the money. And it's like fucking 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes. Crazy, dude. Absolutely crazy. Like, it was like a minute long. They make positive contributions to society with those things. And then just don't talk about that. Don't talk about that shit, dude. You know, it's like it's no different from the Bloods or the Crips, you know? And from what I know, some mafioso, like not all obviously, but again, not all Hells Angels, not all Bloods, not all Crips, etc. It's different things are different.
Hells Angels parties could be as spontaneous as the drop of a hat. You could be at the clubhouse, and the next thing you know, music's blaring and guests are arriving.
Right, Umber, yeah.
Coming in, and the booze.
They just cut that shit right out.
They could be inside, outside. They happened at parks, campsites.
This is normal party behavior.
Every Hells Angel is a drug addict. There was Hells Angels that were fitness freaks that took care of themselves. They ate well. They got their rest. They didn't drink. They didn't smoke. So to decline those things wasn't necessarily a false alarm, a red flag against you. I have a tattoo of Saint Michael on my arm. And Saint Michael is the patron saint of law enforcement. It signifies good triumphing over evil.
Shut up, dude. Saint Michael is not the patron saint of fucking law enforcement, because law enforcement didn't fucking exist when they came up with Saint Michael. What are you talking about? Well, police didn't anyway. Police didn't. Fucking so stupid.
There was times when I got pressed where I would show my Saint Michael tattoo and say, do you understand what this is? I got this when I graduated from rehab. The reason why I'm here, the reason why you are interacting with me is because I'm sober, because I have money in my pocket, all those things that are attractive to you. As the infiltration investigation that I was working on started winding down, we had 2 years under our belts, lots of money, like well over $1 million invested in this investigation.
And what did you find out, dude? This well over $1 million invested in this investigation to find out nothing. To find out nothing that they don't already know. It's just so ridiculous. I'm reading St. Michael's patronage and he's fully talking out of his ass. Of course, absolutely. Hey, Trip Maverick, how you doing? Patron Saint Bacon.
I still had not received membership. I still hadn't gotten my full patch. I was a prospect.
Saint Michael, a literal angel, is a protector of religion, not cops. Right. Exactly, yeah. They seized 1 heroin.
Actually, I was trying to accelerate the process. So I went back to one of those...
He's talking about a federal operation as well.
What happens if I cross paths with a monster?
The protector of poor souls, nothing like cops. Right, exactly. Literally the opposite of cops.
I was told, it's your responsibility to kill him. So I went to the Skull Valley Hells Angels leadership and I told them, I've got a line on a Mongol in Mexico. We found this Mongol. I dug a shallow grave in the desert, took some Polaroid pictures of the murder. What they didn't know is that it was the ultimate scam. The murdered Mongol was a member of our task force that we had dressed up, concealed his face in the pictures, and then we'd used blood and guts from the butcher shop to create a murder scene, a crime scene. They made me a member there of the Skull.
I don't know why. They're acting like this is like this huge thing, but this is just like standard. You could do, most movie makers in Hollywood do this stuff, you know?
Valley,
you know?
Gave me a cut to wear. Now, after the fact, they have denied a couple things. They denied that they believed it. Okay, I understand that. They denied that I ever became a member.
They think they're so clever, right?
Both sides of that explanation are actually...
But also, when he's talking about the denying here, he's like, oh, they're denying that I ever became a member. They're denying that I ever did it. Well, yes, you know, of course they're going to deny that they broke these laws so that they don't go away to prison. Like, are you joking me, dude? Of course they're denying it. Like, what do you think this is?
True.
This is just one of the worst videos I've ever seen in my entire face.
I was given a cut and told that I was a Hell's Angel and I was a member of Skull Valley. But I was also told, because I was within the 1-year prospect probation period, that an international vote would have to be taken to accelerate my membership, which never took place. Our case ended before the Hells Angels took that vote. So they're correct in that too. I've never tried to hedge that. I've never tried to dance around that or deny that. So the operation concluded for a couple reasons. We had a vast amount of evidence.
Of what?
Against our suspects. Physical evidence. Thousands
like
of
what?
Hours of tape-recorded conversation, criminal conversations.
Okay, of what exactly?
We indicted 55 Hells Angels and associates and 16 of those were indicted on racketeering charges, RICO charges.
Okay.
Some charges were dismissed, some charges were reduced. In that discovery...
So you spent $1 million trying to fucking infiltrate this gang, and you like maybe got like 8 of them into jail. I feel like you could have just like got a cop to arrest them for no reason, and they would have gone to jail anyway, because that just like happens. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking? What are they on about? You know? Does anyone have the energy to explain that noise on the chapter heads? It's just going to be an editing thing, isn't it? It's going to be an editing thing. He's probably not allowed to say because it's still being litigated. Yeah, probably. Actually, when was this video? When was this video? Was this today? 5 months ago. Yeah, maybe. But apparently this happened in 2002. Apparently, like, all this stuff, like, when he was in the Hells Angels, it was in 2002 or whatever.
Process.
I don't know.
The Hells Angels learned that the person they thought to be Jay Davis, the debt collector, the gun...
Bro, how did they not know you were a cop? Do you know what I mean? How did they not know you were a cop? You're wearing your sunglasses over your bandana, bro. Like, come on. Like, plain white tank top. So clean. So completely clean. Oh, man. Even had the cop tattoo and everything. Hey, Squid. Hey, Skid.
Killer, Jaybird.
Can I get a shout out for Skidada, please? CTK.
An ATF agent.
Could defo still be in the courts? That's true, Gobs. Yeah, fair enough.
And my family started stacking up. The Hells Angels held murder contracts on me. They were farmed to the Aryan Brotherhood. They were farmed to the MS-13 through the prison system. So all these people had their fingers on a murder contract for me. My family was in...
Dude, like, he's talking about all this stuff, like, so, like, obviously, yeah, fuck the Aryan Brotherhood. Fuck people who do horrible things to each other, you know what I mean? Like, to other people and shit like that. It's really nasty. It's really shitty. But we all know that this is like a product of like white supremacists and capitalism and imperialism and all this stuff. And, you know, but this motherfucker's out here like, they were gonna kill me. Like, of course they were, dude! Like, you're a cop! Are you dumb? Are you fucking stupid? Of course they're gonna want to kill you! Like, that's like part of the job when you're doing this infiltration shit. Come on, man. Shut up.
Jeopardy.
Shut up.
In the summer of 2008, my house was burned to the ground. In
yes,
the process of
obviously.
Hells Angels case, I abandoned and betrayed my family. I made this investigation my priority. My wife and my kids weren't. I was trying to...
that's on you. That is on you. Like, I have no idea, like, what I'm supposed to feel for you in this situation. Like, you did this, bro. Like, you chose to do that. There was a point where you could have turned around and gone, nah, sorry, I'm out. But you didn't. You didn't. You were like, no, I gotta do this. I'm gonna sacrifice my friends, my family, everything like that. And I'm gonna do this thing because I want to be the best cop. Like, shut up, dude.
Be a great undercover agent, and in the process, I betrayed my own family. That's one of the things, is that in this undercover role, I built real human relationships. Not every second was spent in the middle of some criminal activity or doing something violent,
it wasn't.
or treacherous or illegal. I spent time with members writing, casually writing, not violently or threatening writing, shooting pool, hanging out. Members slept at my house. I slept at members' house. There's human relationships that are built.
You know, like, this is just, it isn't doing what I think you want it to be doing, man. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't watch like a lot of stuff about like gangs and shit like that, because I know it's all Copaganda, but like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not all Copaganda. Maybe like the Copaganda is so like ingrained that like people literally like just, you know, they immediately see that stuff like really easily. I don't know.
You can never undercover out the human.
Right, one who reads. Right, that's what it seems like.
There's people you like, there's people you don't like. It's no different than any other aspect of society.
Whoa, criminals aren't always doing crimes? What?
I wrote a book. It's titled No Angel, My Harrowing Undercover Journey to the Inner Circle of...
Yeah, I don't care about you plugging your fucking book, dude.
High school football at the end of my career and into my retirement, which I got a lot of satisfaction from. Like that service before self, trying to influence the lives of young men and teach them some football along the way.
Insider was unable to reach the Hells Angels for comment. Are you fucking serious? The ATF declined to comment on Insider's list of questions. Yeah, so the fucking, what is that? Something task force or whatever. Incredible. It's just so ridiculous, isn't it? Influence young men through football to get literal brain damage. Oh yeah. Bit of CTE. Bit of CTE with the boys. This is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Yeah, but that's like, yeah, but all the names in the fucking in like the different like bureaus and shit of the like federal what are they called? Well, they're just called federal bureaus, aren't they? Do you know what I mean? Like FBI, Bureau of Investigation. That one is actually investigation because it's cops. But then like the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is always like, it's just other stuff, isn't it? It's not always like, oh, we're trying to stop people smuggling, etc, 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 because that name comes from like when alcohol was prohibited, innit? From prohibition or some shit. Oh, I don't know. I might be wrong. Anyway, chat, that was that video. So that was cringe. Fuck that cop. Fuck all cops. Yeah, just completely ridiculous. Anyway, it's about making sure taxes on those commodities are paid. Right. That they're being sold in like a good way or some shit, right? Anyway, I have got another video for all of us to watch, and this is going to be the big main video of the stream. We're going to be watching it in a couple of minutes. I'm going to give you some time to like, you know, have a little stretch, have a little whatever. You know, look after yourself, take your meds. Don't forget to do all that stuff, even though you're watching a stream and what have you. I'm going to go to the toilet real quick. Be back in a tick. I just realized as well I had content warning for transphobia and misogyny the whole time during that Hell's Angel video. So I apologize for that, chat. Anyway, listen, be right back. Go do all that stuff. Look after yourselves. I'll be back. I'll be back in a tick. I won't be long. See you in a sec. Okay, I'm back. NYPD literally murdered Eric Garner over suspicion he hadn't paid taxes on cigarettes. Yeah. Okay, chat. It's time to watch the big video. We're ready. I'm ready to learn how to fix science, education, and the world with Dr. Fatima. Now, I've not seen any of Dr. Fatima's stuff, so I'm not sure, but she got recommended, or they got recommended by Zoe B in the last video that we watched for Zoe B. I imagine there's going to be like discussions of like racism and misogyny in this and queerphobia, so I'm just going to change transphobia to like queerphobia, and then misogyny is already there, so a bit of racism, you know. And yeah, so check out this video, give her a like, give her a sub. She uses she, her pronouns. Thank you for telling me. So yeah, we're gonna check this out. We're gonna check out her video on
what
this
does it
stuff.
mean for
Whoa. Don't start yet. Okay, now I'm ready. All right, let's listen to what Dr. Fatima's got to say.
thing to be systemic? If you asked an astrophysicist, they might tell you that it's something that describes a whole system. The systemic velocity of a galaxy, for example, describes how the center of mass of a galaxy is moving, as opposed to the orbital motions of its stars or the infalling movement of its gases. Trust me, I used to be one. That's exactly what we would say. However, as is usually the case, the astrophysical take is not particularly useful to most people here. I think most of the time when people say something systemic, they mean in the socio-political way, right? Systems of oppression or systemic change.
Yeah, it's a great background.
Dismantling
Monstera plant's really nice.
like the kinds of things I talk about in my other videos where I read scientific institutions for filth. But here's the thing with talking about systemic issues on the internet. Everybody's going to ask you how to fix it. Like just casually, cool talk. So how do we change the system? What are your top 10 tips for radically restructuring this
MSC stream, how you doing?
International, driven by political, military, economic, social interests thing that is science? First off, flattered. The amount some people overestimate my knowledge will never cease.
Please prevent World War III.
But eventually, when the internet stranger validation fades, I'm left with the hugeness and impossibility of that question. How are we supposed to change anything? The systemic issues that hurt most people in society, they're massive, they're historic, they're powerful, they're far-reaching, ever-evolving, unfathomably complicated. And I'm just one individual. What am I supposed to do about anything? How can an individual even affect systemic change? What would that even mean? I don't even know if I know what that means anymore. What does it mean to change a system? How am I supposed to do a thing where I don't even understand?
All that you touch, you change.
True.
All that you change, changes you.
Hell yeah.
The only lasting truth is change. God is change.
Yeah, this fucks so hard. Come on, child, let's get hyped. Some awesome names. Immaculate vibes. Strong start. Very exciting.
So why am I making a video about this instead of dark matter or whatever other imaginary thing people like to hear astronomers talk about? I want to address 2 points that come up in my comments a lot and are fair, but not necessarily practical to engage with in every single discussion of
I like that
social
glitter ball,
influence in
Shafiq.
science. First is the person who just doesn't believe systemic oppression is a thing. I've sometimes started from the premise that systems like patriarchy or white supremacy exist, and some people apparently take issue with these premises. So today, I will humor that response. Really break down the starting assumption that systems of oppression are a thing that exists and have the capacity to affect, for example, who become scientists. And hopefully, I won't have to justify this point again, meaning I just won't. But I imagine a lot of you already understand how significant a feature in our society systemic oppression is, and are interested in hearing more than just the zeroth order version of this conversation. Which brings me to the second kind of response I always get. The person who asks me how we can fix STEM as if it's a real question someone can just answer. For that person, I want to Perhaps not answer, but at least start to unpack that question. Because while, for reasons we'll get into later, I don't believe there's a clear-cut answer, I can at least share how I've come to think about systemic change in a way that's personally helped me manage that sense of doom that one seems to permanently acquire when they learn about the problems of the world. The Weltschmerz, as the Germans call it. So yeah, I'm going to try to do both of those things in one go. Convince the skeptics that systems of oppression are real and bad, and convince the doomers that despite that, there is hope, actually.
Hell yeah!
Seems like a lot,
Let's
but
fucking go!
I'm pretty good at this. Today's will be a show in 2 acts. In Act 1, we'll break down a case study to generalize from: the underrepresentation of Black people in American STEM education. Anti-Blackness is, of course, not the only kind of systemic oppression that exists, and education is not the only context in which it operates. But again, it's a case study. In Act 2, we'll start thinking about solutions, or at least start thinking.
I also think that in particular is like a pretty strong start to go with, because it's like very, very thoroughly documented, right?
Thinking about solutions. You'll see what I mean. We'll
Makes
hear
it
from
easier
some
for people to
Look
understand.
at some examples and share some resources in a way that's hopefully more productive.
Hey Ida, how's it going?
Not a lot of science in this one, y'all, but subscribe and hit the bell so you get notified when I put out this other video I'm working on about how dark matter isn't real. It's gonna be a banger.
That is very good to hear that dark matter isn't real, because it's quite scary, isn't it? Oh, like
So
zero,
where's the
number,
everyone keeps
right?
talking about?
Okay.
So there's this thing in the United States where STEM higher education is really bad at recruiting and retaining students.
It's great
that
so
aren't
far.
white
Yeah,
or
same to you.
Asian, and this is across disciplines and gets worse with level of education. In an effort to understand this problem, some people came up with a model called the leaky pipeline. The visual is a pipe with several connection points representing transitions between different stages of education and or professional training.
Right.
At each juncture, water is leaking out. As a result of these leaks, there is less and less metaphorical water available at each subsequent stage. So when we look, for example, at the fact that less than 2% of chemistry professors at the top 50 schools in the US are Black, despite Black people making up more than 12% of the nation's population, we can't explain that away by saying, I guess Black people just don't choose to pursue chemistry.
Right.
We can see from the data that Black students are actually slightly overrepresented in the first year of college, and a good chunk of them graduate with chemistry degrees. But their underrepresentation increases at each level of earning a PhD, becoming a postdoc, and getting a professorship.
Right.
And just in
Which
case
is
you're
what
wondering
counts.
whether that data is time average,
Well, what counts if you want to get like the big jobs, right? You want to be involved in like the big research and shit.
and wouldn't show if things had improved and maybe they're actually better now. They're not. And
Does anyone not know what STEM is, by the way? Because I didn't know what STEM was for a while, but it means like science, technology, engineering, and maths, right? It just means those particular things, like very, very involved, like very, very like that kind of shit. You know? Yeah, if you want to get into academia, yeah, you gotta have those fucking degrees. You know? Yeah, so all this stuff really, you know, it's like comp science, computer science, biology, chemistry, maths or stats, engineering, physics, earth science, all that stuff.
Fields, it's actually getting worse.
I didn't know that.
But
Yeah,
all these
that's what it
graphs
is.
and
Yeah.
numbers, they don't really tell us what the problem is. They illustrate that Black students who pursue STEM are less likely to make it than white students, but they don't give us any information as to the cause of the leaks, so to speak. This is actually a common criticism of the leaky pipeline as a model. As a metaphor,
It feels a little dismissive of the students that didn't want to pursue higher ed, but I know that's not the point. Twitter is not real life. That's the only thing that I have to say to that comment, right? Just because someone says one thing doesn't mean that they're saying they don't care about another thing. Yeah? Like, very important, really important. Everybody needs to get this because it is one of the most annoying things that content creators have to deal with. And it's not even content creators, it's just people who say things. It's completely like, okay, you know, feels dismissive. Well, guess what? That's a feeling. It's not a fact. That's the end of it. You know what I mean? I'm not like super mad at you or something, Umbra. Don't worry about it. Like I can understand where that way of thinking is coming from. But it's not going to serve you because you're just going to get mad that like when people say stuff, yeah? When people say stuff, they're not saying everything you want them to say. And that's the majority of conversations, isn't it? Hey, Mia, what's going on? Yeah, the waffle tweet is evergreen. Yeah. So you hate waffles? Right. Do you know what I mean? Like, just that way of thinking, it's not going to serve you, man. It's not going to serve you.
Or leaking implies passivity, but the reasons for underrepresentation are anything but passive. Some geoscientists have proposed an alternative model where they describe the path to a STEM career as a vicious or hostile obstacle course with barriers that have been put in place to slow.
And if you want me to break it down even further, I can do that. The reason it feels dismissive of people who didn't want to pursue higher ed is because we're not looking at that. We're looking at the actual barriers for black people in getting into those higher education, and, you know, not even just higher education, but like higher education, like, you know, getting fucking PhDs and all this kind of shit, etc., you know.
Slow down or exclude certain groups, which, while maybe a bit more dramatic sounding, does do more to guide our attempts at solutions. If the problem is leaks, then we can just
Well, that's literally it, Dime. Also, hi, Dime. Everybody go follow Dime. He's great. Yeah, you know, like, we're literally going into understanding where this conversation is leading to now. Do you know what I mean?
More people into the pipeline to compensate. But if the problem is obstacles, then we actually have to examine why those obstacles exist in the first place. So to iterate on our zeroth order pipeline model...
Exactly, TTK. Yeah, that's what Dime was saying, right?
Now, my goal here is not to explain every cause of every leak in the pipeline. It's outlining enough...
There it is. There it is.
enough to think about it productively. So to keep it simple, let's put everything into 3 buckets. Initial conditions, K through 12 education, and higher education. I know, buckets, pipes, don't worry about it.
It's all right, TTK,
So
don't
to
worry,
start,
no stress.
I don't think that most people need convincing that the better funded your school is, the better your educational outcomes, right? When publicly funded education is invested in via building schools, increasing teacher salaries, or distributing resources to schools serving low-income students, test scores increase across the board, and this makes perfect sense. Without adequate funding, schools have to deal with overcrowded classrooms. It's harder to hire qualified teachers and counselors. They might not have enough books or other materials that are needed for classrooms, etc., etc., all of which have very tangible impacts on student learning. So if you're raising a kid and want to set them up for success, but you don't have the ability to pay the gratuitous amounts of money required for a private education, you're going to want the place you live to have well-funded public schools. But here's an interesting quirk about public schools in the US. The majority of American students go to school in racially concentrated school districts.
Right.
And this isn't a separate but equal kind of situation.
And as well, fundamentally, where you live is determined by 2 class factors, right? Your social identity class, like she said, like racially concentrated areas, or your class in society, right? If you're like, you know, working class, yeah, you don't get to fucking choose that shit. But if you're ruling class, it's not, you don't have to worry about that shit, right?
On average, non-white school districts get $2,000 less per student than white school districts, which is a lot considering the national average per student is $13,000. And before you try to argue that it's just a class thing,
and as well, the class thing, the class thing is dictated to by your social identity class as well, right?
poor non-white school districts receive almost $1,500 less per student than poor white districts.
Yes.
Now, one of the main reasons this racial gap
No, I knew this was going to be a good video, Dan.
exists is because public schools are largely funded through property taxes, and America has a history of something called redlining. This really great video from Frank Laundrie explains how FDR used the New Deal to build up just enough of the white middle class to prevent a socialist revolution, but strategically denied Black Americans the same opportunity for prosperity through the establishment of government agencies like the HOLC and the FHA.
The HOLC created maps like this one. Whoa! That's redlining right there. What the fuck, Franklin? The green being first grade, the best, blue second,
Frank Laundrie
yellow
is so
third,
good.
and red fourth. The worst of them all. If black people were living in an area, boom, instant red. Instant red, like that episode of The Button.
Nice to meet you.
You too. You too.
Instant. While the HLC did still help homeowners in red zones, it set a racial precedent that black people, just for being black, were higher risk borrowers. A racial precedent that the FHA could...
Like all of these things, and it's because of this, it's because of this deep colonialism, right? Deep colonialism. Like the white supremacist countries that enabled slavery, they did colonialism, they can never hold their hands up and say that was a bad idea and we shouldn't have done that, because then people will start to realize, you know, everyone's got more in common, people start to be in community with each other more, everybody starts to like understand more and more of the oppression, right? You know, as long as people are divided, like you could even really simplify it, you know, like keep white people hating black people so that, like, you know, they aren't focused on their fucking, you know, material conditions and shit, right? That is absolutely an element of it, 100%.
Wait to read.
You know, the people in the firing line are like varied and vast as well. It's black people, it's anyone who's racialized, it's women, it's feminized people, you know, queer people, trans people.
The federal
disabled people as well.
Administration appraisal standards included.
And like, you know, you might be saying to me, Muel, how can the government be putting disabled people on the firing line of people to hate? Yeah, you ever heard about that campaign against benefit cheats in the UK, right? I'm sure they have a similar thing in the USA, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, there's people who are pretending to be on welfare so they could just be on welfare, and it's like that shit is like intrinsically ableist, right? It's like saying that like certain disabled people whose disabilities aren't like obvious, you know, don't count, you know?
The whites only requirement.
All that shit.
I know, America was racist all along. Who would have thunk?
Basically, to determine who was likely to...
Steph!
Meow, 141 pounds and 19 pence to go for Gnome Call stream. Let's go, Chatterinos.
She's right, and she should say it. Steph, thank you so much for the 1312. 141 pounds to go for the Gnome stream, Gnome DJ stream. Please consider subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much. Catgirl Steph, really appreciate you. Thank you again. Carrying every chatter. She's carrying literally every chatter, chat.
To repay their loans and therefore safe.
Yes, Shafiq, you're absolutely right. In the US, it's a racialized term. Welfare queens, yeah. Absolutely. The deep irony of my dad having been disabled for 70 years and him being like, oh my God, benefit cheats ruining the country is not lost on me. Yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, also, chat, everyone should put that amount that was in the chat for no reason. That amount that was donated, you could just put that in the chat for no reason. It's just a cool looking number, right?
Lend to, the government used a very objective list of criteria that included the literal presence of black people. And I know what some of you might be thinking. Sure, that's history, but what's stopping black people today from just moving to better neighborhoods? Well, besides the fact that it's kind of ridiculous to tell somebody that if they want a good...
Because they are, their class in society, the amount of money that they earn is dictated to by their social identity class. And how people in positions of power, white people, treat them. So not going to get the welfare that they need if they're disabled, not going to get the support, not going to get the education because it's underfunded, not going to be able to, like, you know, all the things that she's saying. Like, it's you know what I mean? So you can't just move to another area if you can't fucking afford it because your employer is a piece of shit, or even just like your governor or whatever, like, because you're black, right?
Education for their kids.
But it's not because you're black, it's because they're fucking racist.
They're just going to have to leave their home and community for a potentially less welcoming environment. Housing discrimination is also a thing that exists. Audit studies on housing discrimination, which is where researchers have groups of white and black people go, for example, apply for a bunch of different apartments and then look for trends in the results, have found that black people experience housing discrimination in about half of their attempts to buy or rent housing. And just to make a quick point while we're on the topic of illegal discrimination,
you will like... You can see this so fucking easily, chat. Like, if you do any kind of, like, housing activism and you speak to someone who is, like, racialized about trying to get a new place to live, it is a fucking nightmare. It's a fucking nightmare. It's so much harder than it is for white people. You know what I mean? And, like, also, I've seen this happen with, like, trans people. Like, trans people have tried to, like, get somewhere else to live and had, like, the worst fucking struggle. It's awful. It's completely
Existence
awful.
of whatever kind of anti-discrimination law does not actually mean that that kind of discrimination can't happen. We can definitively prove that discrimination happens when we look at the statistical trends in this type of audit-based research, but it is extremely hard for an individual person who is being discriminated against to actually prove it in a court, especially considering that little pesky part of Title VI where it says it's specifically intentional discrimination that's not allowed. And I think we all know how possible it is to prove racist intention. So between historic redlining practices that shepherded Black residents into areas with low property values and the modern housing discrimination that keeps them there, Black children disproportionately find themselves stuck in school districts with increasingly underfunded schools, setting them up for failure from the start. And it doesn't get much better from there. While there is truly no shortage of racial issues in K-12 education, today I'm just going to focus on the school-to-prison pipeline, or...
Oh my God, that she just said is really important, but I just figured out, chat, what K-12 means. It means kindergarten to 12th grade, doesn't it? I never knew what that meant. I thought it was like a test that you had to pass when you... Like when you're in the UK, yes. When you, I'm such a fucking himbo, honestly. Like, it's so stupid. It's so fucking obvious. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
The disproportionately high numbers of students from disadvantaged backgrounds, especially Black and brown students, that end up incarcerated.
Right.
The aforementioned disparities in school funding is part of this problem. Unmet educational needs have been shown to lead to disengagement, dropouts, and court involvement. But again, there are actually more factors at play than just income inequality. One of the biggest...
And again, chat, everything that we were talking about in the prison abolition stream this Monday, where cops everywhere, will just put you in jail for no reason, and even if it's because you like stole a loaf of bread or like got into a fight that wasn't even your fucking fault, and you have no money, and that like no money comes from like the fact that you're racialized, and as Dr. Fatima is saying, you don't have like the same opportunities based on that. You're just in prison for life for no reason. You got no access to legal aid or solicitors or bail or anything like that. You're just in prison forever. Do you know what I mean? This is like the real fucking deep shit, you know? So kids might drop out for whatever reason, right? And commit a bit of crime, whatever. Disenfranchisement by 1,000 cuts. It's dehumanization by 1,000 cuts. That's absolutely what it is. It's dehumanization by 1,000 cuts.
Factors is the ubiquity of zero tolerance policy.
Yes, disenfranchisement is definitely a part of it, but ultimately it's dehumanization of the most marginalized people in society.
Which are mandated, strict, punitive measures for particular offenses, regardless of the gravity of behavior, mitigating circumstances, or situational context. In other words, it's a predefined list of problem behaviors that are the grounds for either suspension or expulsion, no questions asked. This is actually a really good example of how a policy can initially seem reasonable, but can be leveraged to preferentially expel or suspend Black students for talking out of turn with zero due process. Zero tolerance policies were initially introduced to address real problems like gun violence, and were the norm by the 90s when the government decided to withhold public funding from any schools that didn't both have a policy and agree to report all infractions to local law enforcement. Over time, these policies grew to include less severe infractions like tardiness.
Yeah, schools got cops in them all the time now, right?
The same strictness as the more serious offenses. And eventually, minor infractions began to make up the majority of what was punished under these policies, with one study finding that 95% of out-of-school suspensions in 2006 were for minor, non-violent infractions.
Many such cases, chat. Many such cases. You could literally try. She's probably going to do this, actually. You could just transfer that statement to, like, people in prison. You know what I mean? Talked about that on this stream. DTs came at me in school grounds. I remember, Dime, yeah. I remember. Wow. Fucking hell, that was a long time ago.
The kicker here is that when it came to objective offenses like smoking or vandalism, white students were actually referred more often than Black students. But when it came to more subjective offenses like disrespect or loitering, black students were referred more than white students.
Right.
So we've gone from reasonable sounding gun control to empowering racist teachers to expel or suspend any black student they deem to be acting disrespectfully. And not to lay it on too thick, but this whole school to prison pipeline thing takes on an extra sinister dimension when considered in conjunction with a particular problem in disability justice.
Yep.
In his video on neurodiversity in the black community, Tayo from the channel Color Mind explains an apparent contradiction between the fact that black children exhibit symptoms of ADHD at higher rates than white children, but are 70% less likely to receive an ADHD diagnosis, resulting in their behavior being interpreted not as the result of an ADA recognized disability, but as defiance.
One reason for this discrepancy may be how black children, both boys and girls, who exhibit ADHD symptoms tend to be seen by their educator. Malcolm, the class clown, Deontay, who play too much, Quran, who doesn't have home training.
Like, I went like in between two schools when I was at school, and I had a class that was basically like most of my classes were like some at the very, I think it would be like probably 90% in some cases of like racialized people and like 10% white kids. And then there were some classes where it was like 50-50, but like it was an overwhelmingly like multicultural school, which was pretty cool to go to first of all. But then I got expelled and I went to a school where it was like all white. There was one black kid in our fucking year, and maybe like 3 Central Asian, like Asian guys, and like maybe 1 or 2 East Asian people. Yeah, that guy, I'll never forget him. I remember his name, Dudley. Like, it was like he used to get called like the class clown all the time. And it's like white kids would just behave like in exactly the same way that he did, and no one thought anything of it. Do you know what I mean? He was literally like just being normal. Do you know what I mean? Just being fucking normal. So yeah. Hey Johnny, how's it going?
If Welcome you know, right? You know a Quran. For real. Oftentimes, children who disrupt the classrooms are dealt with reactively instead of proactively, as a problem to be solved swiftly and
that's right, TTK. Yeah,
as possible.
Yeah.
Not
about the ODD being overdiagnosed in black kids. Yeah,
to a set of behavioral tendencies.
I'm so glad the useful bit included that joke. Tayo goes on to explain how, without the formal diagnoses of their white counterparts, black students who exhibit ADHD behaviors are interpreted as defiant, labeled as troublemakers, and for the reasons we've already discussed, disproportionately end up in the juvenile or criminal justice system.
And, you know, if there's any white people out there going like, well, hang on, I didn't get diagnosed as ADHD and I got called all those things as well. As someone who is the same as that, yeah, it's still not the same. It's still not the same for white people. Don't even start. Don't even think like that, because it's just not. It's not the same.
A misdiagnosis to prison pipeline, if you will. So many pipelines. And all this criminal justice stuff isn't even the whole picture of racism in K-12 education. Even if black students end up in circumstances where they don't have to worry about literally getting arrested in school, there's still all that classic educational microaggressive stuff.
I can imagine.
There's tons of research that shows that being a black student in a predominantly white environment has demonstrably negative effects on learning and performance.
Oh, 100%.
So we will have ample
100%.
opportunity to talk about those kinds of things in this next bucket. Oh boy, where to start? First, there's the massive problem of barriers to entry, a good example of which is the continued use of standardized testing in admissions decisions. I explained this in more detail in a video I made on diversity in STEM, but to recap here, the SAT, which is the main exam used for college entry, is both biased against black people, which means that they on average score lower, and also not a good determinant of college success.
Right.
People tend to only pay attention to the first part of that statement, but pay attention to the second part. Not a determinant of college success. It's
True.
biased and it doesn't work. Researchers have found that the SAT measures only about 18% of the skills that influence first-year grades, and even less of what influences subsequent grades, graduation rates, and professional success.
I wonder if any of the Brits in the chat know if this is like a similar thing in the UK, because what would the SAT, when do you take your SATs? Americans? When do you take that?
We're already off to a bad start. Past the racialized gatekeeping, there are the social effects of being a racialized minority. Stereotype threat that decreases academic performance, social ostracization from peers blocking study group opportunities, and of course, the professors who project their biases onto students. Seriously, that last one's a doozy. The degree to which professor biases...
Yeah, you take it. So you take it before university. So it's like doing your national diploma or something, right? It's like doing your fucking A levels. So it's like, yeah, university admittance exam. Senior year, 11 or 12, late high school, yeah. Okay, somewhere between 11th and 12th. So, like, is it like your A-levels where it's, like, in a bunch of different subjects, or is it just, like, one test? Because, like, at the end of the day, I mean, I don't even fucking know. Because it sounds like it's not like A-levels, yeah. So you don't get to, like, choose a subject or whatever. Anyway. The Americans will say it in a second.
Their student outcomes is wild. So college entry is biased against black students.
There's math, writing, and reading. Right, well, that's why it's fucking stupid. That's why it's, more and more, like, you hear about, like, you have to pay to take it. Oh, fucking hell. That's ridiculous, man. The Tories tried to introduce standardized testing in the late 80s to early 90s. Well, fucking thank fuck they didn't. It's more like the required GCSEs in secondary school, like English, math, and science. Right, okay. So, yeah, so it's like your GCSEs. That's what I was trying to figure out. If it's like your fucking GCSEs, then it's like, yeah, no one fucking cares. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a fucking difference. Like, academia is such a joke. Like, the bars to academia and the things that you have to do to get there is insane. It doesn't make any sense. Everybody should be allowed to go to university. Study whatever the fuck you want. Everyone should be allowed to do that for free. It's insane. It's completely insane. Scholastic aptitude test. Well, we're going to find out why it's ridiculous, right?
College education quality is biased against black students. But I think maybe the worst part of the whole racism in higher ed bucket might be how universities are literally grifting students in the process. Here's Victory, the creator, laying out this grift in his video on the college industrial complex.
Yeah, we watched this one.
The college industrial complex, a system in which higher learning institutions center capital, elitist values, and or the ability to uphold the
Go check out Victory the Creator, everyone.
Over the education of their students. Who? Literal children, aka unsuspecting high school graduates and GED recipients. How? It centers capital by forcing higher learning institutions to utilize unsavory tactics such as the misinforming of prospective students in order to stay in business and make profit. It centers elitist values because of a few reasons.
Definitely go watch the rest of the video, not only to hear his reasons, but also
it's
to
a
hear
great
the
video.
really great conversations he has with a bunch of different black content creators about their experiences in academia.
There's something about extremely smart people saying woefully dumb things on a constant basis that is very disheartening and exhausting.
Great example, chat. Richard Dawkins, right? Richard Dawkins was talking about this with the Red Planet gang because Sophie was doing some Richard Dawkins stuff on her stream because he's gone gender critical now, hasn't he? He's gone full transphobe, the brainworms have got him. So he's now going on about that. And everyone thinks he's really smart, and that's why everyone's like, all the transphobes are bigging him up like, if Richard Dawkins knows it's true, then we're going to get him on all our podcasts. Like, he's been on the Helen Joyce podcast that she does, which is like just a podcast. I don't understand how you could just have like an entire podcast about hating trans people. It's completely insane to me. Anyway, so Richard Dawkins is, whatever he's doing, is doing the rounds and stuff. But it's like, when you think about like when he got his degrees, it was in like the 60s. He got his like doctorates and shit like that in the 60s. So he's not been in learning mode for like 40 years. He's been in like, I've learned everything and that makes me the smartest boy because the institution I went to told me so mode for the last 40 years, right? Which is not going to do any like good for your brain. Like, if you just stop learning at that point and you refuse to do any of that extra like stuff like new science, get involved in like new studies and shit like that. 50 years. He's in that social circle that's prone to reactionary bullshit. Well, I'm convinced, Shafiq, that social circle is like, it's academics who got all their stuff years ago, right? They got all their doctorates, all their degrees. They got them like fucking decades ago. You know, Sophie said a great thing, and I agree with her wholeheartedly. I think that you have to, like, if you got a degree, you have to do like a refresher course in like every like 15 years or something. You know, like a driving test. At least I know that you don't have to do a driving test like every 15 years or whatever. Like you have to reapply for your driving test, don't you? Maybe you have to reapply for your degree because it's just ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. People like Dawkins always drone on about education and whatnot, but they say the dumbest shit reveals that they haven't done the reading. Well, either they've not done the reading or they've forgotten it, or like it's changed, like they've come across biases that they didn't know that they had. You know what I mean? All this other stuff. You know? I took 4 years of physics classes in undergrad. I don't remember much of it. I don't remember fucking anything about physics. I don't remember anything about chemistry or physics. All I remember about chemistry, chat, yeah, is that if you put potassium in water, it goes pfft. That's all I can remember. I don't remember anything else. Don't mix ammonia and bleach. That's it. Make chlorine gas and you'll die. You know? Hey Muhanga, how's it going? Isn't requalification for a degree a thing in the UK and the US? Nope. It should be, though. It fucking should be, right? I've dropped out of school twice. I found the second time I went back I actually benefited from taking first year classes again, even though I passed some of the classes 2 years before. I think you know, we're all constantly learning, aren't we? The only reason that people think that learning stops at 18 or 21 or whatever is because they want us to go and work there. At that point, don't they? They want us to go and fucking work so we can be cogs in the machine. That's where it all comes from, chat. That's where it all comes from. You know? Hey person type thing. After all, they built their ideas on the theories and critical thinking of the predecessors, demonstrating the essential need to constantly keep evaluating and progressing. Exactly. You learned the mustard gas thing from King of the Hill? Right. Yeah, you learned enough, now go produce. Yeah. That's it. Most professions in the US require regular continuing education to retain licenses to practice. Right, but like, if you end up getting a grift aside of that, yeah, like fucking what is it called? If you're Richard Dawkins and you get a career from like debating atheists or whatever, religious people, which is what he did, right? And he wrote books and shit like that. Then you don't have to worry about any of that. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry about any of that, like, continuing to do anything. You don't have to do any of that. Hey, Sleepy Time Queer, how you doing? Had to drop out of college to get a job to support the family, never made it back. Right. I'm 30 and I know there's still time to return, but I'm still paycheck to paycheck. Maybe someday. Right, exactly. I remember when Neil deGrasse used to talk about the possibilities of the universe, not the limitations. Yeah, well, he went a bit weird as well, didn't he? I can't remember what Neil deGrasse was talking about. Is Neil deGrasse a transphobe or something? I can't remember. I don't doubt that Dawkins was brilliant at his time, but, like, it went to his fucking head. Yeah, it did. This is the thing, you know? This is it. You learn that from Casualty, Shafiq. Oh, funny.
Facts. So Victory explains how the college industrial complex perpetuates this belief that a college education is your guaranteed ticket to economic prosperity,
right,
despite the reality we live in where there are tons of college graduates who are under or unemployed, and the fact that many of them will probably be in debt for the rest of their lives because of it. On the surface, this might not seem like a racialized thing, but of course, we have to consider some context. In a book called The Trouble with Passion, Aaron Check argues that our cultural obsession with advising students to follow their dreams perpetuates inequalities of race and class by being much riskier for some groups of people than others. Following your passion is more likely to lead to stable and satisfying employment if a person has safety nets, like a family that can provide financial support, and springboards like cultural or social capital that provides opportunities. Both things, notably, are not distributed equally in society. So between this ideal of following your passion at any cost, the predatory practices of the college industrial complex, and the relative lack of financial security and other resources available to Black people in America, things don't look good. It gets even darker when you add in the fact that in America,
thanks for
if you
checking.
serve in the military, the government will pay for your education, which is why 75% of U.S. veterans report enlisting in order to receive educational benefits.
75%. 75%. Just incredible, man. Just absolutely incredible. I almost went to military college. I knew someone who did. I knew someone who did. They were in this chat, like, yeah. And I was super mad. I was super mad at him when he said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go join the military so I can go to college." I was like, "No, don't do it, man." And he didn't get it. He didn't fucking get it, man. Your older brother did go. Condolences.
Also, black people, especially women, are overrepresented in the military.
Right.
If you're wondering why the government still won't forgive student loan debt, pretty sure it's this. It's wild how seemingly separate
1,000%
affect each other like this. Like in this discussion of education alone, we brought up the housing market, the criminal justice system, and now the military. But it also makes sense. None of these institutions are isolated. Education is in this interconnected system where all the different pieces are working towards the same end and probably reifying each other in the process.
Yeah, same Lego. Yeah, I can see why people do it for
but
sure.
Let's pause on that.
But it's just I even knew back then, I was like, I even knew it's not worth it. Because people are like, they lie to college kids. You know what I mean? They lie to college kids. They're like, oh, you won't have to do any fighting. You won't have to do any of that. Oh, it's okay. And then they come back with fucking PTSD. You know what I mean? Right, exactly, Dime, yeah. It's fucked.
For a second. I've known a lot of people in academia who basically have the understanding of systemic racism that I've outlined here so far, who, you know, are very well-intentioned, very vocal about their anti-racist values, and that's all well and good.
I agree,
but there's actually still an important piece missing from this model that renders these people's desire for systemic change pretty useless. And that is the existence of feedback loops. It's kind of funny how scientists seem to forget about feedback loops when it comes to social phenomena. How necessary they are for describing scientific phenomena. Feedback loops are what we call it when causes and effects form a circle. Let's say you got a rocky little planet with some ice caps, and for some reason some of those ice caps melt. Now more of the dark surface is exposed, it absorbs more sunlight, the temperature increases, next thing you know, more ice melts, and then more surface is exposed, and then more light is absorbed, and then the temperature increases even more, and more ice melts, etc., etc., etc. Feedback loop. But while a feedback loop can certainly run away, it can also be reversed. Like we could stick some mirrors all over our hypothetical fireball-destined planet. It will be more reflective, therefore absorbing less light,
vets. Yeah, Marcus is fucking great.
Make more ice form, which will make the surface.
Yeah, we'll try and raid them later.
Temperature further, which will make more ice form, etc., etc., etc.
We'll go and follow him anyway.
Loops. And eventually all those little mirrors you put out aren't even necessary because the feedback...
I know Left Flank Vets isn't just Marcus, but like Marcus is always live. Really, really good.
Has reinforced itself. Basically, feedback loops are why affirmative action is a good idea. So let's look back at the pipeline, but this time we're going to outline some feedback loops. I would have wanted to start at the end of the pipeline, but in reality, there is no end. The experience of minoritization and the impacts that has on a person and their work don't just end because you're a professor or something. But let's just simplify and say our higher ed bucket is the end. Professors who make admissions and or hiring decisions are, to an extent, determining the racial makeup of their workplace by deciding who is in their department and on a longer time scale, who's in the field. At the same time, they are affected by the racial makeup of their department and their field via something called white habitus.
White habitus.
In a thoroughly data-driven piece of scholarship on race in the US, Eduardo Bonilla...
Everybody check out White Habitus.
Mia Silva defines white habitus as a racialized, uninterrupted socialization process that conditions and creates whites' racial taste, perceptions, feelings, emotions, and their view on racial matters. The basic idea is that when white people are segregated from people of other races, and in the US, they generally are, the tendency will be for them to develop negative beliefs about the people they're segregated from in order to be able to explain the segregation as something other than segregation.
Yeah.
So in the context of academia...
It's false consciousness. It's just complete false consciousness.
Yeah.
You know?
What this means is that white people in predominantly white STEM departments, consciously or not, will likely explain the lack of diversity around them as minoritized people being fundamentally bad or uninterested in science. And these often unspoken and generally incorrect explanations for why there are no black people around go on to prop up cultural beliefs like meritocracy that obscure this perpetuated bias from view. So if white admissions officers preferentially let in people of certain races, therefore determining the racial composition of their workplaces and fields, they'll have whatever negative beliefs they're operating under reinforced by the segregation they literally imposed on themselves. Feedback loops. Let's look back at our K through 12 ed circumstances that feed into the higher ed, where we talked about the ways discipline is employed to siphon Black students out of classrooms and into the criminal justice system.
Right.
One patch for this leak, so to speak, is hiring more Black teachers. A large body of research has shown that Black students having experiences with Black teachers produces a wide range of positive outcomes. For example, connecting back to our point about discipline, Black students who have Black teachers experience reduced rates of exclusionary discipline at every level from elementary to high school, which, in light of our school-to-prison pipeline, is a very good thing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, American public school teachers are mostly white.
I was going to say this before because I was thinking, like, don't they like just hire a bunch of white people to teach in public schools where the classes are predominantly Black anyway? And it's like, yeah, they just fucking do that.
It's proportionally so. It's like 80% in the teacher population versus like 60% in the general population. And go figure, Black people are underrepresented as teachers by nearly a factor of 2. Right. Knowing what we know, it would be only logical that if we were interested in improving the educational outcomes of Black students, we would want to hire more Black teachers. But, unless you're in Florida, teachers need college degrees, so the racist practices preventing Black...
Whoa, what was that? You could just... Florida schools to let veterans teach without degrees. Oh, man. America's wing is just completely fucked, isn't it? Oh, man. So bad. So fucking bad.
Teachers need college degrees, so the racist practices preventing Black people...
I know. I was just sort of like railing against like the idea. I was railing against the idea of like, you know, the legitimacy of like college degrees and education and all that stuff. But listen, it's possible to think that and also think that there has to be like at least a degree of training. You know what I mean?
In higher ed are stymieing our ability to diversify the body of teachers, thereby reducing racist practices in K through 12 ed. Feedback loops. Finally, let's revisit those initial conditions. The things like housing discrimination that set Black people up for suboptimal educational experiences before they even start school. There are a lot of ways that having a degree can make it easier to change those things. You need a degree to be a lawyer who advocates against discriminatory practices in court, or a writer of public policy who rethinks the way a city funds education, or a mental health clinician who provides pro bono services to in-need parents. The list goes on. Credentials are helpful, which is why I was so upset by this study whose primary finding was literally that white admissions counselors are more responsive to Black students who present as deracialized and racially apolitical than they are to those who evince a commitment to anti-racism and racial justice. Basically, they did one of those audit studies where you send hundreds of letters from fake students to admissions officers and measure response rates, but instead of changing the race of the student, they changed whether or not the student talked about race in the letter. So like, one set of letters was from a fake student with a Black-sounding name who wrote about their commitment to saving the environment from climate catastrophe, while the other set of letters was from a fake student with a Black-sounding name who wrote about their commitment to African-American liberation. Can you guess which group the admissions officers were more amenable to?
Right.
Can you guess why? This finding is really interesting in and of itself. It speaks volumes to the way superficially progressive diversity agendas function, where the goal is to look as diverse as possible while still maintaining the values and hierarchy that created that lack of diversity in the first place.
We spoke about that yesterday, right, chat, or something? I'm sure we touched on this literally yesterday about like the lies of capitalism that just like it won't, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, well, you know, we're doing diversity. We're definitely doing diversity. We're doing loads of diversity, but it's just not true. It's just not doing anything.
Students, just not the ones who are going to make their race like a thing. But in the context of our broader system, what this study is telling us is that at the point of college entry, the education system is literally screening for people that would challenge it. Like reactionaries who talk about there being no diversity of opinion in universities are like kind of right, but not in the way they think. In order for a Black person to gain access to the power conferred by academic degrees, whatever that is, but it's certainly something, right? They have to at least pretend not to be interested in disrupting the racial order, which means that the people who would theoretically go all the way through the pipeline because they just bootstrapped so damn hard and then take their education and go back and use that to improve the initial conditions that made the leaks in the first place, those people are being preferentially leaked out themselves because of higher ed gatekeeping.
Right.
Feedback loops.
The feedback loop combats the response itself. People get tired of what they feel is repetition, but is in fact talking about different issues that stem from the loop. Right.
So there are a few different takeaways I hope we can get from this model we've built up. One is that while on some level, yes, systems are institutions and policies and stuff like that, on another level, they're just people. At every single point in our model, there needed to be some person, whether a realtor or a teacher or a college admissions officer, who was there to perpetuate the system. And it just so happens that a lot of them have biases in the same direction.
Right.
That is a direction that disadvantages Black people over white people. Puts people like me somewhere in the middle.
Hey, Vaughn, how's it going? This is eerily similar to what Chomsky describes in Manufacturing Consent. Well, I've not read that. But, like, you know, you will find that, like, most theory is, like, related. Because systems have, like, similar structures, right? Systems have similar structures. Capitalism has, like, a very similar structure in how it oppresses workers, you know, queerphobia, etc., 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 right?
Middle, depending on how we behave. This is one of the points that Bonilla Silva uses to describe what it means for racism to be systemic. It emerges from the collective effect of many people's potentially unnoticed but nonetheless default racist tendencies that seem just like the normal way of doing thing and not any particular choice. Hence the title of his book I keep citing, Racism Without Racists. The other point that Bonilla Silva uses to describe what makes racism systemic is that it reproduces itself and therefore doesn't go away with time.
Right.
In terms of our model, this means that the system creating racial disparities in education isn't a one-way flow. It reinforces itself. Underrepresentation in higher education is not solely the result of racism in K-12 education. It is simultaneously the cause of it. Every point within the system has the capacity to perpetuate or interrupt the rest of the system. And then this system goes on to interact with other systems. Education apparently interfaces with housing and criminal justice. Science education affects science policy, affects science industry. Racism intersects with sexism or ableism. Just a whole big mess of systems reproducing each other in this self-perpetuating blob of misery. And excuse me,
it's actually really good that I'm watching this before we, you know, before I make this this video on like class consciousness and how like racism basically like feeds in and supports capitalism, and so does like misogyny, queerphobia, transphobia. Yeah, you know. You gotta be an active ally. Yeah, you gotta be an active ally. That's right.
A very literal physicist about it, but the boundary we draw around something when we call it a system is only theoretically separate from the whole rest of the universe. In reality, absolutely everything is constantly interacting with absolutely everything, which is a bit overwhelming, right?
Yeah.
Like, what do we do with all this information? How does anything change?
This is like what happens to most libs, right? White liberals anyway, like, you know, when they hear about all this stuff and they go, oh my god, that's really bad, and there's this like massive system, and it's like, and then they go, oh, what can we do about it? And then that's where the conversation ends, because all they want to do is just like, well, yeah, you know, I'm not racist, so there's that, which basically amounts to, when people say that, basically amounts to like, I don't say the N-word openly. Do you know what I mean? I don't use slurs. That's basically what it is, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? I don't punch black people. Well, yeah, great, man. Like, you know, the bar is fucking low. You know? It's just so like fucking because it's just easier, right? It's easier to be like, well, I don't do these bad things, and that means I'm good, so I don't need to think about it any further than that. But it's like you have to actually ask yourself, what are you doing to like make you know, the more marginalized people around us lives better, because you have a lot of privilege and you can do that. You know what I mean? It's like, again, like I'm always going to talk about housing activism. This is why I do housing activism, because it like, you know, if you're a white person, if you're a cisgender white person, even if you're heterosexual, you could just like, you know, you're not inserting yourself into a space that isn't for you, right? That isn't run by people like you. You are like actively getting involved with like a big thing where the injustices that affect everybody in different ways are all sort of like intersecting in one, right? Do you know what I mean? I will always say that like housing is a really good way to start, because you better believe it, if you're doing your fucking you know, member solidarity and stuff, you are gonna absolutely be working with racialized people from day one, because they are the ones that need the most help with housing. Even like just marginalized people in general. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have to necessarily be racialized. Like even like single mums, you know? So
I think we could use an intermission after all that. Take some deep breaths. Have a sip of water. Hydrate yourself.
yeah, don't forget, chat, stay
Maybe
hydrated.
stretch a bit.
It's
if you're
warm
feeling
everywhere.
tight. Do whatever you need to do to just unclench.
Yeah, I'm unclenching,
Maybe
chat.
go outside for a little. I think I'll do that actually.
Hell yeah, touching some grass. A blue fella. Yeah, I will.
While we're on our break, I wanted to mention my Patreon real fast.
Yeah,
It
go
does
support
feel weird to self-advertise
go support
in
Dr.
the middle.
Fatima, everyone. She's great. I didn't know who she was at first, but she's really, really good. I've already dropped the link in the chat. Yeah, go join her Patreon and shit, you know? There's the video. There you go.
This conversation, so maybe if you're feeling generous, go donate to the Atlanta Solidarity Fund first.
Oh,
Send
hell
something
yeah.
to help the forest defenders stop Cop City.
Yeah, stop Cop City. This is huge, chat. What is this? Atlanta
If you can, it's Solidarity Fund first.
Atlanta
Set right
Solidarity
now for
Fund.
American
Yeah,
racial
yeah,
and
yeah,
environmental organizing. If you've done that and can still spare a few dollars, consider joining my Patreon, which, while definitely not the revolution, does help me out a lot. This video's taken me months.
There it is in the
and
chat.
I'm hoping to start
Chat.
making videos full time soon, which is something I can only even conceive of because of my wonderful Patreon supporters. They've all pledged a few bucks a month to support my work, which I am eternally grateful for and humbled by. And as a small token of my appreciation, I put up any extra content I make there. Q&As, interviews, little updates, things like that. No worries if that's asking too much. You know what's best for you. We all got bills to pay. I'd appreciate it if you're able, but I also just appreciate you being here.
Hell yeah.
So have a little break, take care of yourself, and let's get back to it.
Chaos is God's most dangerous face, amorphous, roiling, hungering, shape chaos, shape God, act, alter the speed or the direction of change, vary the scope of change, recombine the seeds of change, transmute the impact of change.
It's Bellamy, everyone.
Seize change, use it, adapt, grow.
Hell yeah. Let's change some systems.
Everyone's actually here for. What do we do? What do we do? What?
Yeah. Do it, Krypton Juice. Also, welcome to the stream.
Before I get into this, first of all, everything.
The ally crap for which I have the least patience is I'll beat up any transphobe who hassles you. That doesn't pay my bills, and no, they won't. Right. That shit is like annoying as fuck. You know, it's people who like say that kind of stuff are not the kind of people who would do that stuff. You know my opinion on that, chat. I've had people coming here saying that they're gonna fucking shoot me and fucking beat me up and shit like that, and it's like, Yeah, I'm not scared of that, man, because the kind of people who would do that would not be saying that in the Twitch chat. Like, are you serious? Like, what are you talking about? You know?
Talked about so far has been anti-blackness specifically, but this next part of the video I've tried to make not specific to any particular systemic issue, which means some amount of generalization, a pretty significant amount of generalization. So there's necessarily going to be a lot of gaps you're filling in yourself. A lot of the examples we look at are still going to be related to racism and or education, but the concepts are generalizable to different contexts. Also, I should clarify that my goal isn't to like say
right, it's very easy to say that, right? Yeah,
I'm pretty uninterested in debating what some theoretical powerful person should do. I want to give you a theoretical framework to think about how you can contribute to what it is that you care about. However, each of you are unique individuals for whom the answer to how do I change X system will be different. So again, generalizing. You're gonna have to fill in some gaps yourself. We'll go through this in a sequential-ish order. If you're newer to this kind of thing, you might find value in the earlier parts, and if you're a bit more seasoned, I imagine the later points might be more useful to you.
Hell
and
yeah.
Finally,
I love a
take
fit, by the way.
everything I say with a huge grain of salt.
Stardew Valley
I
moment.
am but one silly little goose who has been trying to answer this question for myself, and I've done a lot of work to, you know, synthesize my experiences and knowledge and conversations with others into this digestible little list for you, but it is inevitably
So apt to shoot this part in a garden? Yeah, definitely.
As will be a theme throughout.
Definitely.
I am not going for perfect. I'm going for pragmatic. I just want to give you enough
Is that
information
like dill
to
growing
go out
behind
and
her?
do something with it.
That
So
like
here it is.
sort
Here's
of-
the listicle. Top 10 tips for doing a systemic change. God damn. Number 1, update your understanding of how change happens.
Yeah.
Before we start trying to do change,
This like sort of feeds into what we were saying yesterday about like, you know, people who are saying that like the revolution is going to be like just a thing where like one day everybody's just had enough. Do you know what I mean? And they're just like, but it's like, no, it takes like a long sort of like time for people's like mindsets to change and like activism to grow, etc., etc. You know, could be dill or fennel. Yeah, true. Could be fennel actually. Could be fennel. Yeah.
first have to understand like how change happens. Unlearn the idea that big systemic social problems have a singular root cause somewhere that, if addressed, would fix everything. This one goes out to all the people who comment on my videos that the solution to everything is to simply abolish capitalism. And like, I don't exactly disagree, but I don't find that useful as a concept.
It's very like, I think what people don't understand is that like if you have like no capitalism, you can still have like a hierarchy underneath that would be like a caste system or white supremacy, misogyny, etc. Like, you know, it would certainly make those things harder to justify, because when people talk about like racism, the first thing that they say is like taking our jobs, right? And obviously like if we get rid of capitalism, that won't matter anyway. But it's not it's not going to be this like magic thing, like, you know, oh, there's no racism in Cuba because it's socialist. It's like, there's definitely fucking racism in Cuba. Like, what are you talking about? You know,
easy to make things like structures with a Marxist way of thinking, and then it's so large of a problem that your only option is to co-opt the state. You have to then target the state because it's the only thing currently that's powerful enough to influence these systems quickly. And that's a viable way to approach the situation, to be clear. But you really limit your options for doing things, I think, when you think of systems as these solid, rigid structures.
Basically, if the criteria for the work you're trying to get involved in is will abolish capitalism, you're probably going to be disappointed. It's also easy to erroneously localize change in time. You know, like imagining a particular moment somewhere in the future where the big change will happen.
Right, this, literally what we were saying.
Continuous.
Literally what we were saying,
In
chat.
the process of making history in literally every moment. And this goes both ways. Whether I'm waiting...
It will have like more of a sort of domino effect. But what we will see is we will see countries in the imperial periphery reject neocolonialism, right? And you'll see all types, all kinds. Like one of the biggest things at the moment is the BRICS bloc that is forming, which is Brazil, India, China, and South Africa. No, sorry, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And these are these sort of like quote unquote non-imperial core countries that are like big enough to have like a bit of clout, where they're sort of going like, right, okay, it's now time for us to sort of like, you know, put the moves on the West, right? It's the biggest thing that like this is why Joe Biden is like so on fucking China's ass. Like it's just so completely fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I pre-watched this obviously. So, you know, we're going to start to see like people, you know, big power blocks who want to take advantage of that. Is that everyone who wasn't invited to the Kanzuk trade agreement? I don't know, but they are countries that are like, do you know what I mean? They have their own like big power militaries, stuff like that. But they just don't have the power to sort of reject the Western imperialist hegemony, right? From sort of excluding them from what's kind of going on within that hegemony. And this is why the USA is terrified, because it's like, oh my God, these bigger powers are sort of like around here now and they're doing all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. But like, I think the thing to actually worry about is the sort of co-opting of anti-colonial movements within imperial periphery countries that don't have their power, right? So like, you know, the Belt and Road Initiative thing is like a whole thing where it's like, oh, China's going to build all this infrastructure in Africa. We're going to help you. We're going to throw off the shackles of colonialism. But actually, you know, they're asking for something. And this is something that China have done in like the Caribbean and places like that, right? So it's going to have like, there's going to be stages to it. It's going to be like staggered. It's going to be weird. It's going to be different. But it will eventually happen. Again, it's just like how long is it going to take to happen, and how long is it going to take for people to actually understand, and like, you know, how do we help the liberation of people within countries that are going to take advantage of that and stuff like that? Because, you know, it's one thing to say Russia bad, Russia really terrible, but what do you do about like the millions of people living in Russia that like absolutely despise Putin and they're not allowed to say anything about it? Do you know what I mean? Anyway, I'm digressing. This is the ADHD stream, blah, 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 but you know what I'm saying. Anyway, you can't sit there and like wait for this like one moment to happen. It will be like all these different things and these different ways of working, etc. You know,
apocalypse or the People's Revolution, I'm seeing change as a singular moment and not a continuum. It's easy to think of it this way.
It's a continuum.
How often history is taught as the stories of great men, and we learn about the moments in which these great men changed the world. But this framework obscures the effort of all the other human beings preceding or supporting or resisting these great men and their big changes. Critically, it prevents us from seeing our role in the development of the world unless we can become one of these great men who can single-handedly overthrow the system. And since that's obviously unattainable.
One who reads is doing a Bob Marley reference, Umbra Sage.
For most of us, the alternative is to be a plebe waiting around for the revolution, or in other words, do nothing, a choice which happens to be very helpful for self-replicating systems of oppression.
Yeah.
So how else could we think about change?
And a quote that helped me with that was just sort of, you make the biggest impact in the smallest spaces.
Yeah.
So like starting small ultimately reverberates to make a larger impact.
I am making the effort to see people and participate in things that I know are making a change, at least in my small corner of the world.
Think global, act local. That's what it is,
And if
chat.
everyone just works on their corner, like, wow, then the world is better.
Adrienne Marie
Literally, it's literally like, what people forget is that you have to think of every single person in the world, because again, chat, it's the 1% that are keeping us down, right? It's the 1% that are keeping us down. So everybody in the world, that's billions of people. Billions of people have the capacity, the opportunity, the power. We all together, as one, doing our own things in our own communities, that are actively like doing these positive things, reverberating, having these changes, it's going to have a global effect. It's going to have a global effect. It already has. You know, the reason that like we're here today and there are things like fucking leftist political whatchamacallit, leftist political streamers, content creators, shit like that, is because of activists who've come before us. Do you know what I mean? If there weren't activists who came before us, communism would have been just like slapped down, all existence of it, like ever fucking like, you know, gotten rid of. No one's fucking talking about it. You know, shit like that. All the anti-racist activists, all the fucking queer rights activists, like everything, you know, women's rights activists, suffragettes, climate activists, you know, the reason that we're here now and we have the understanding that we do is because of these people. Yeah.
A writer
all
that
of us
has
all
significantly
together.
influenced my own thinking about social change conceives of social systems as fractals. How we are at the small scale affects how we are at the large scale. The micro affects the macro.
Yep.
As above, so below. However you like to say it. Systems are feedback loops, so any point within them has the capacity to affect all the other points and therefore the system at large.
Yes.
We need to move from competitive ideation, trying to push our individual ideals, to collective ideation, collaborative ideation. It isn't about having the number one best idea, but having ideas that come from and work for more people. This is from her book, Emergent Strategy, which is basically like a how-to organizing guide from a deeply human perspective. And it was a really valuable read for me. I definitely recommend it. But if you're trying to get a sense of this framework without reading a whole book, you can get the gist in this essay by scientist/organizer/educator Dr. Aisha Khan called Revolutions
I've definitely
Are
heard
Made
that
Up
name
of
before,
Ordinary
Aisha
People
Khan.
Like you and me.
I think it's a bit of a
Within
common
this
name,
framework,
but
it makes less sense to ask, what should the hypothetical great men do to change the world? And a lot more sense to ask, how can I contribute to the collective effort of changing the world? And that, I think, is the question that we should be trying to answer. Number 2, know you're complicit, but that means you have power. I've heard
she's really cool,
so
chap.
many conversations about social change that get stuck in this
Check
place
out
of,
Aisha
well,
Khan.
I'm not actually that much a part of the problem. So
she's a... Excuse me. Reimagining community care, decolonizing medicine, an ecological collectivist political approach to healing and health. Germ doc, infectious disease scientist, clinical microbiologist, ecologist, community organizer, facilitator, land defender, healing and embodiment guide, community caregiver, somatics mentor, artist, writer, political educator. Cool. Really cool.
let me help you get past that part. Assume yes. I won't even say anything about identity, just like across the board for whatever system you're considering. If you're wondering, assume you're part of the problem. For example, if you're an American or in America, you pay taxes to this country. And I don't know if you know this, but the government does some pretty awful things with a lot of our tax money.
It's
and
true.
As much as I would love to just opt out of that, Lauryn Hill tried it, it didn't work, and I don't want to go to jail. So I'm stuck bankrolling this shithole of a country and am therefore complicit in every shitty system it perpetuates. God bless America. I don't think I have the right to sit here and tell someone that they are obligated to care about a given social issue, and frankly, I wouldn't want to. But what I will say is that if your moral logic makes you responsible to help fix problems you contributed to causing, then when it comes to social systems, it's generally just going to be more productive to assume you're part of the problem.
Right.
Which sucks, right? None of us want to be complicit in the horrors of the world. But the silver lining to realizing that systems of oppression rely on people like you and me to perpetuate them is also realizing that that means they need us.
Like, I think we need to, like, really remember that when we're using the word complicit in that regard, it's, like, true, but you can't, like, feel defeated at that point, right? If you're complicit in white supremacy, if you're complicit in, queerphobia, if you're complicit in misogyny, if you're complicit in, like, and these are things that are, like, directly out of your control. Like, what she says, great example, is the tax thing that she said, because it's like, well, if you don't do that stuff, you'll go to jail, right? You'll go to fucking jail. Like, if you work for a company that is actively doing misogynist stuff, like, well, if you choose not to work, you're going to be poor, and then you won't be able to afford your rent, and then you might go to jail because you're homeless, right? And you have to steal some food or some shit, or even just because you're homeless. So it's like, you can't feel defeated at that point. You have to go like, okay, yes, it's the knowledge and accepting that you are complicit in this stuff and going, right, okay, so I recognize my place in the world. It's actually class consciousness, that, right? It's recognizing your relationship to the system, you know? So if it's like a social identity, your social class, or your class in terms of like your relationship to the means of production, yeah?
People who benefit from the systems that hurt the people that you know, that hurt you, they want you to give up, right? Like, if you give up, they win. Like, you're just doing what they want.
If your participation in it wasn't extremely important, we wouldn't have cops.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be forced to do the things, and other things that fall outside of the system's requirements would not be illegal if your behavior wasn't needed to make it happen.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying go do crimes. I can't say that. The algorithms.
Right, exactly,
I've
Dan,
never gotten
yeah.
a video demonetized for content, but if any
It's that same thing, right? Where people are like, oh, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, so we just don't do anything. It's like, no, it's not that. It's like, it's realizing like what you have control over and like minimizing, doing your absolute best within your means to like minimize that, you know, lack of ethics in what you do and what you consume in it. You know what I mean? Recognizing you can mitigate the harms, not stop them completely. Right? Exactly. We're not superhuman, but together we are powerful. Yeah.
It's going to be this one. There are subtler, squishier internal things enforcing our system supporting behavior in a similar way to literal law enforcement. You know, the panopticon and all that.
Yeah.
The cop inside your head.
Yeah.
He's also a bastard.
When I decide to do something, it is both informed by what culture has told me is acceptable, and then also a little bit of what I want to do myself.
Right.
Yeah.
But I recognize that the system is what gives me the options of what I feel I can feel.
Socialization is very much a thing, and not to sound too mind control-y about it, but in the same way that the state needs laws and police to enforce our behavior into supporting it, social systems train us to enforce our own minds into supporting them. Challenging that's not easy, but it's possible, and it's certainly more tractable than tax evasion.
Yeah,
So the
don't let
takeaway
anyone
here
use
is
that as an
you are
argument
part
against
of
your
the
beliefs.
problem.
Yeah.
But that means you have power. And if you learn how a system is influencing you to use your power, because it absolutely is, you can then learn how to exercise your agency instead. And not the fake agency of pretending to pick which septuagenarian is going to superficially represent leadership in this joke of a country.
That's right, chat. That's right. That's fucking right. She said it, and she was right. She's right, and she should say it. She's right, and she should say it more. The cop inside your head is also a bastard, so they're going to work into my daily lexicon. Yeah. Very important. Yeah, Dr. Fatima is a legend, yeah.
The real agency of choosing something the system isn't offering you.
Hell yeah.
Number 3.
Real agency, chat. Real agency.
But don't get stuck. In order to recognize how socialization within a particular system is influencing your behavior, you're going to have to go learn about that system. Which feels very duh, but apparently some people believe you can just start spitballing solutions to a problem you don't understand and it'll be fine. Shout out to the physicists who make everything in life a goddamn Fermi problem. The tricky bit is that understanding systemic issues can be pretty difficult by design.
Social systems have a very specific way of making you able to feel something is wrong, but like also not giving you enough language to describe what the oppression is. I could feel people being homophobic.
Right.
I could very much feel even myself being fat phobic. I could towards myself. I would feel like this sort of like dissonance between what I wanted to do and the things that I was actually doing, but I didn't have language to describe it.
It can be difficult to find productive dissenting opinions, to parse them and figure out how that information relates to your life. But once you do that work, you kind of gain this superpower where you can see all of the things you used to think of as benign for what they actually are.
This is literally what I like. Yeah, it's the glasses. It's the glasses. It's the they live glasses. This is literally how I feel about everything. You know, someone in the chat yesterday said it, and I can't remember who exactly it was, but it was someone said, question, how do I keep politics out of every conversation? The answer is you can't. If you've been unplugged from the Matrix, it's too late. It's too late. You just got to unplug everybody else. It's the only right thing to do, actually. Do you know what I mean? So don't even beat yourself up about it. Like, how do I stop talking about politics? Well, the people that don't like you talking about politics with them, don't associate with them anymore. Go join a union. Go do some activism. Go to a community garden. You know, all this stuff. Go find a mutual aid fund, etc.
Kind of like that movie with the guy who finds the glasses that lets him see the subliminal messaging behind advertising. Yep. And there's like aliens, but they're trees. Is that the same movie?
No.
I don't know. I haven't seen either of them. Being able to see those
aliens, but they're trees.
Why things operate the way they do is a necessary step to even wanting to do anything about it.
If you know nothing about politics, you're like, what do school lunches have to do with property values?
Right.
Because I mean, like, one's real estate and the other one's education, until you realize
the seal's been broken.
The reason how schools are being funded is through property taxes, is a result of systemic discrimination in a way that would make you think is innocuous, but is very, very deliberate.
So do some research and learn about the thing you want to change.
Do it,
Come on,
chat.
Scientists, I know you know how to do research. However, I must also give a warning here. Anyone who spent any time on the internet can probably tell you too much information can be both addicting and debilitating.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Halfway across the world that are dying right now, and there's nothing I can do about it. That shit makes you feel awful.
Yep.
Like I can't do anything about that. I can barely do shit about like what's happening in my country. I can barely do shit about what's happening in my city. It's a really weird, like, recurring hamster wheel of damn, shit is awful.
Thinking without acting. What's the
it,
purpose
but
of commentary
let me watch
YouTube? Oh my God, I need to watch that shit. Okay, sorry, I don't mean to. I'll find this on my own. I'm not going to derail the stream.
I know we all joke about doom scrolling, but information overload
We'll
is
watch
a
that together, chat.
well-researched
How about that?
phenomena that has some pretty harmful outcomes. Being inundated with a continuous stream of fear-mongering news has been shown to mislead people into thinking whatever problem is a lot worse than it actually is, and makes people too scared to confront the issue. It encourages avoidant behaviors like social isolation and discourages potentially productive behaviors. It can even damage cognitive abilities like decreasing focus or impairing one's ability to make decisions. I'm pulling all this info from a book called Laziness Does Not Exist, where—
Oh my God, it's 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes.
What is the true...
Chat, we can watch this right now. We can watch this right now and it won't make a dent in the stream. We're doing it right now. Chat, everybody go subscribe, show some love to Victory the Creator. I'm a little upset that this isn't that long, but how much can you talk about it? Do you know what I mean? How much can you talk about this? It's relevant, so I think we should watch it, you know?
Purpose of commentary. Because if it's social action and not just social thought, then there are a few things in the way of it actualizing its purpose.
This fucks so hard, chat. Many people are saying this. I've been saying this. I've been saying it so much, you know? The reason that I'm like stuck doing fucking shit that I do want to do, but like I'd much rather be like telling people how to unionize, how to like, you know their housing rights and shit like that. You know, those videos don't do well on YouTube. Anyway.
I am currently fascinated with studying Black masculinity. Specifically how we, as cis Black men, can create and popularize a version of masculinity that doesn't perpetuate a cycle of trauma and violence. I'm captivated by the idea of being able to create and execute a masculinity that solves problems instead of creating them, especially in my own personal community. This captivation was sparked in great part by FD the Signifier here on YouTube. He is a living example of what I would—
Who's that, chat? I've never heard of that guy before.
He is a critical thinker.
Probably not important.
His ability to critical think as a way to create the illusion of inimitable intelligence and excellence. He comes off as grounded and down to earth with a gentle masculine presence. In fact, He reminds me of another man that I've come across in my YouTube research of masculinity, Robert Lee Clemens, aka the father of Alice Narvaez. Through my binging of Alice's older Veda videos, or video every day of April, I've been able to identify the same kind of down-to-earth presence that I've identified in...
Thanks, Shafiq.
Now, at the time
Yeah,
of
everybody
writing
go
this
follow.
script,
Everybody go
the
follow Feet.
commentary that I've consumed from both of these individuals has thoroughly convinced me that I want to be the type of father that these two examples of masculinity are. Gentle, observant, insightful, and funny. They got jokes, y'all. I'm being serious.
His next question, or I'm assuming
This ain't no genie, you know.
his next question is, do you enjoy being a dad and why?
That's a good question.
If you haven't heard, the cookout is closed for new invitations. New invitations are on indefinite hiatus. If you think you've been invited to the cookout at any point in time since then, I'm just letting you know that it's probably a counterfeit invitation, and you need to check back with us after COVID. But I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not looking too good.
They have both led me to ask the greater questions, such as, how can I embody the same kind of gentle, problem-solving masculinity that I mentioned at the beginning of this video? I wouldn't even have thought to ask that question if it hadn't been for the content released by Alice Narvaez and FD the Signifier. This deep moral questioning is the reason that I believe commentary YouTube exists. However, although it is quite possible to make one's audience ask themselves these deeper questions while being entertaining, see the people mentioned above, and I absolutely agree that people should be paid for the laborious amount of work that goes into commentary, I have to question the effects of commodifying these videos that lead to this deeper questioning and ultimately a deeper understanding. Is the way that this type of content being pushed out on a schedule by so many people with so little time to actually ponder the concepts behind the videos as productive as it seems? Of course, there's the fact that these videos can be paused and replayed, but it seems to be a never-ending cycle of highly dense information that ultimately leads to sensory overload. I can attest to the feeling of wanting to watch highly intelligent people like Khadijah Mbo, Shan Spear, Kimberly Nicole Foster, Micah the Selenial, Emergency, CJ the X, and many other creators in this zeitgeist commentary community on YouTube. But feeling overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information in the limited time in the day. Now, I can't highlight this problem without trying to suggest solutions, right? I'm already trying to improve my masculinity. So here's my suggestion based on my own personal experiences. I understand that YouTube serves as a platform for entertainment purposes. But when it comes to dissecting the gargantuan amount of content that is actually on commentary YouTube, videos should be utilized for personal research. Like how I mentioned at the beginning of the video, I absolutely believe that we should continue to support our favorite creators. But most viewers of commentary watch every video for actionable steps to take towards a more equitable future.
Right.
And there seems to be a common belief in the space of bourgeois liberals, which I am not insulting liberals. I just happen to be more of a left-leaning individual and not like a left Millie Rock and Nene and Whip and like into the left. That all commentary should be taken seriously to the full out extent. And I just felt that I should point out how impossible that is and how tedious it can be trying to do that. I obviously do not have all of the answers, and there are still things that need to be considered, like the way creators need to constantly funnel into the algorithm to be rewarded, and how that contributes to the feeling of being enough time in the day to watch as much content as you want to or believe that you should watch. The psychological effects of consuming so much content without retaining much of the research, and how that contributes to the highly repetitive talking points in progressive circles.
It's the dopamine chat. You need that dopamine.
But I just wanted to share my thoughts on the matter. I cannot wait to see what other opinions people have in the comment section, because I know y'all got something to say. I have victoriously finished another video, and until the next one.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Victory. Yeah, I agree. Like, you gotta have actions. You gotta have actionable stuff to take away from videos, you know? Where it's like, you gotta inform your audience, like, what the problem is, but that's not enough, right? You gotta say, okay, how do we make it better? You know?
Dr. Devin Price breaks down the often harmful effects of buying into cultural myths about laziness. In this case, the laziness of not being perfectly up to date at all times on every problem in the world. And he gives concrete steps for countering them.
I kind of think I need
the advice
to
includes
read
using
this.
filtering, muting, or blocking options on social media generously, having real-life conversations about the news with people you actually know, not reading the news before bed, and just getting comfortable with not having to know everything at all times. If I were to add a tip to this list, it would be
God, I need to
on your discernment of the media you consume.
I need to take
How
some
does it
tips
make you
from this.
feel? Does it enlighten you, inspire you, agitate you into action? Or does it make you feel scared and hopeless?
Yeah.
Does it make you want to stay in your room learning more and not seeing real people?
Right.
So yeah, you're gonna have to learn some stuff without a doubt. But pay attention to whether your learning is adding to or
We gotta stop watching Democracy News. We gotta stop watching Democracy Now on the stream, chat.
taking away from your sense of agency. Number 4.
It's not a true hopium stream.
Imagine the world
without
you
that.
actually want to bring about.
I guess maybe systems are just confined imagination. Systems give us the sandbox
Thanks,
by
Umbra
which
Sage.
we
Thanks.
then believe that we are.
I appreciate you doing that, because the reason that I'm bisexual is because once when I sneezed, someone didn't say bless you, and the gay got in me. So thanks.
Experiencing freedom or experiencing
Don't want that to happen again.
autonomy.
I've heard artists talk about the drive to create art as deriving from either the fear of what would happen if you didn't, or the love of what would happen if you did. And I analogously see 2 approaches to activism. One that focuses on reform to make the system less bad, and one that looks for new ways of existing, concurrent to, outside of, or after the system. The former fixates on what we don't want, and the latter on what we do. And don't get me wrong, making something that already exists less bad can absolutely be worthwhile. But limiting your thinking to the systems that already exist can only tell you what you don't want. What do you want? Not capitalism is barely a political opinion.
Yeah.
That's just a statement of a thing you don't like. It doesn't drive you anywhere. In order to identify what it is you do want, you're gonna have to be able to imagine something different.
This is it, chat. Imagine the world after capitalism. Break through that post-capitalist realism. Sorry, post-capitalist realism.
Belief is necessary to get to where we want to go, because every point of progress in our history,
I know,
there
Shafiq,
was
can you
a
imagine?
point where it couldn't have even been imagined. And instead of taking that the impossible happened, I think at times it's easy to kind of take those moments for granted, forget the historians and the revolutionaries that came before us and the imaginations they had to sit in and stand in order to get to where we are.
So without sounding like I'm telling you to
Sorry, I was just laughing at what
ignore
Shafiq said in the
reality,
chat.
maybe be just like a teeny bit delusional. Not a lot, just enough to imagine a world
Imagine
you'd
being
actually wanna live
monosexual.
in.
Couldn't be
here's an
me.
example. We all know about capitalist realism, right? It is easier to imagine an end to the world than an end to capitalism, or whatever. And sure, it is pretty hard to imagine.
There you
That
go.
doesn't mean it can't be done. Case in point,
She did it.
Freedom
She said
Farmers
it.
Cooperative. Basically, instead of fleeing to the north after Jim Crow laws made the South pretty much unlivable for African American farmers, some of them refused to leave, organized themselves, and built a community dedicated to their own self-sufficiency
Hell yeah.
outside of the exploitative mainstream society of
Let's fucking
1969
go.
Mississippi.
These farmers, these cooperatives in the American South, were creating spaces removed from
Did the
neoliberal
Zizekian
capitalism.
sniff?
They
Oh,
did
is that what
not
that was?
operate on a capitalist mindset. They did not operate on a capitalist underpinning. They were not that specifically. People that were in these cooperatives got food when they needed food. People that were in these cooperatives got homes, they got protection, they got all of these things, and that is decidedly not neoliberal.
I haven't read it yet, but I'm
Hell
really
yeah.
excited to check out the book Freedom Farmers
Yeah,
by
I do love
Monica
Bellamy's
White,
Wings.
both because I really want to learn more about this amazing example of imagining and creating something outside of the system, but also because I'm just really into farming. Like, I didn't get this outfit. I look like this. more
Keep
often.
saying, chat. I keep saying, like, food reclamation, food liberation, whatever you want to call it. Food sovereignty. Food sovereignty is the real shit. It's the real shit.
My point here is, don't give up on an idea just because you haven't yet figured out how every single detail of it will work.
Yes.
Don't fall into the traps of how will we pay for it or are they electable that cable news uses to frame any possible progressive change.
Chat, are you ready to get annoyed? Are you ready to get annoyed with me? The great David Lynch. Take a drink. He said as well that like you start making something with an idea, right? You start making something with an idea. You get some ideas, and then you figure out how to link them all together as you go on, and you just do it, right? You just make it happen. You don't go in there and sit there and worry about like, oh my god, maybe this one idea isn't going to work well with another idea, etc., etc., etc. Not true, you know? It's a shame that liberals and even some leftists don't understand food liberation. Well, it's one of the most important things, right? It's one of the most important things. You know, you don't have to worry about like, will my crops grow, because nature is very powerful. Do you know what I mean? It's very, very powerful. Will my crops grow? The answer is yes. How they will grow will be dictated on what you do. You know what I mean? So it's like that, right? Thanks for the hydrate. I will. Yeah.
Don't fall for the "but what else could possibly exist" arguments you'll hear from people who lack the imagination to think the world could be anything other than exactly what it is right now.
Right.
Instead, experiment. Play the game of what if. Look to others who have been doing the work of imagining what a liberated world might look like. Like artists. Their job is to make the revolution irresistible, right?
Hell yeah.
Afrofuturism and solar punk are literary/artistic/political movements that imagine futures in which Black people and the environment, respectively, continue to exist.
Hell yeah.
And even if it's fiction, having a model of the future you actually want will do a lot towards guiding your efforts at bringing it about.
Isn't like Afropunk also a thing? Isn't that also a word used to describe Afrofuturism? But then again, I just follow an account called Afropunk on Instagram, so I might just be thinking of that.
Number 5. Start by dismantling the system within.
Hell yeah.
There's a story I heard a lot growing up about a man who wanted to change the world. So he goes out and he tries to change the world, but it was super hard. So he goes back and he tries to just change his country, but that was also too hard. So then he goes back and tries to change his town and then his family. And at the end of his life, he realizes that the one thing he should have started with, the thing he had the power to change all along, was himself. Starting with ourselves maybe seems kind of intuitive, but what exactly is it about ourselves that we're trying to change?
I think for me specifically, my sort of journey of trying to figure out basically what the fuck is going on around me. It started very internally when I realized that I had a problem not only with the way that I treated certain topics and certain people, but I also had a problem with the way I was treating myself.
As I said before, socialization is a thing. We live in a world governed by systems.
Similar but different, more about the now than thinking of the future. Right, gotcha, Prince. Thank you.
Even if we theoretically disagree with them. Like, I've known of educators who will take every opportunity to share how vehemently anti-cop they are, but then turn around and treat their students in the most punitive, surveillant, police-like ways, completely missing the irony. And I think it's worth pointing out that internalizing systems of oppression can be understood largely independent of identity. Like, I'm a woman, but I've absolutely held patriarchal beliefs that I've projected onto myself and other women and men and non-binary people for that matter. And those views have driven my behavior in ways that, as the version of a feminist that I am now, I'm not proud of. So just like we did with the question of complicitness, let's just skip the debate and assume that to some extent we have internalized the logic of oppressive systems. By accepting this fact, we can move from learning about systems in the abstract to using that information to examine ourselves, to examine the judgments we make of ourselves and other people.
By the way, chat, thinking about things like minor things that you can do, you know, to support the system, support the system, to change the system, to support our comrades. Please consider supporting Sarah Jane Baker. She's a trans woman that's being held in a man's prison. And one thing that you don't have to do, but you could do, is draw her a picture like the wonderful Rohamild did. Hope you don't mind me showing this on stream, but I just think it's really, really cool. Did a picture of her. I think that's really good. She's going to love that. So I think that's absolutely awesome. But even an email will do, chat. Even just an email will do. And you can do that on the link in the chat there, www.freesarahjanebaker.com. Donate to the GoFundMe, to the... I need to tell people to share that tonight. I forgot to do it on Monday. Oh my God. And I forgot to do it last night as well. It doesn't matter. Okay, so yeah. Donate to the GoFundMe, email, even just a couple of lines, sending you support, hope you're doing all right, etc., etc. Yeah. Also, I should mention that she's a political prisoner. The crime that she committed isn't even a crime that's written in law. She basically said punch TERFs. And then later said, yeah, no, you're right, I shouldn't have said that, but she got arrested anyway because the Home Office are fascist scum. So there you go.
Of people who are or are not in our social circles, or the ways we rationalize the disparities we see in society. Hopefully, this self-reflection will illuminate the ways you can interrupt the systems within yourself and show you how you might change the ways you think, talk, or relate to others. Because if you want any chance of being able to change other people, you're gonna have to be able to change yourself first.
Right.
And while we're on the subject of the self, friendly reminder to keep your ego in check. I am saying this as much for you as I am for me.
The ego is not your amigo.
Ends with him giving advice to white people who want to know how to meaningfully challenge racism. And I think he really hit the nail on the head when he said, never forget that you used to believe all sorts of nonsense until very recently. And never forget that trying to change people requires tons of humility. The moment you begin believing you are better than others is the moment you need to begin doing a deeper level of introspection.
100%.
So humble yourself.
Extremely
Don't
based.
Start by trying to go out and change everyone else. First, we must dismantle the system within.
Oh, yeah.
Number 6, identify your role in a system so you can subvert it.
Yes, literally, this is gaining consciousness, social class consciousness in general. That's what this is.
All right, we've been doing a lot of learning and introspection. Let's start to think about outside of ourselves. Consider your workplace, or your school, or church, or any organization that you're a part of. Whatever your role in that place is, there inevitably is a default way of doing it that doesn't challenge systemic problems. So it's on you to figure out how to subvert that. Here's an example. I've seen a lot of professors direct their ostensible anti-racist sentiment towards external things, say, have to stop, wait for the helicopter to pass. For those of you who are not in American urban environments, this is a normal thing for us because we live in a police state. Listen to that, freedom. Where were we? Manifesting a better world. I've seen a lot of...
Oh shit, chat. This just dropped. Evidence undermines rapid onset gender dysphoria claims. Fears of social contagion used to support anti-transgender legislation are not supported by science. Well, we knew this already. But this is about a recent study. A recent study claiming to describe more than 1,600 possible cases of socially contagious syndrome was retracted in June for failing to obtain ethics approval from an institutional review board. The survey examined rapid onset gender dysphoria, a proposed condition that attributes adolescent gender distress to exposure to transgender people through friends or social media. The existence of such a syndrome has been the subject of intense debate. It's been widely criticized by medical experts. The APA, 61 other healthcare providers organizations signed a letter denouncing the validity of rapid onset gender dysphoria as a clinical diagnosis. Yeah. Many trans people experience gender dysphoria, meaning that the gender that was assigned to them at birth, their gender identity don't align, causes distress. ROGD was proposed as a gender dysphoria subtype in a 2018 paper by physician and researcher Lisa Littman. So it was only proposed. You know? It was only proposed. Littman later issued a correction that updated the methodology, including a brief description of websites and forums. Note that ROGD is not a formal diagnosis, right? So... extremely fucked. So the study was retracted because of this, basically. It's not rapid onset gender dysphoria, it's rapid onset parental discovery. True. If you want to read that chat, I'm gonna drop it in the chat for you.
Who direct their desire to be anti-racist to external things.
Tips are full of shit, yeah.
Outreach
Pikachu
events.
shock face.
Rather than taking seriously the idea that the way they run their
Proposed solely in
admissions,
order
or
to undermine trans
classes, or their
people, yeah.
research groups may be contributing to racial disparities where they are.
Oh my god, it's Kira Chats. Oh my god, it's Kira Chats. Oh my god, it's Kira Chats. Everybody go show Kira some love. She's amazing. Thanks for the shout out, Chloe. Chloe doing it straight up as soon as Faye's even in here. Welcome to the stream, everybody. My name is DJ Muel. I'm a leftist political streamer. I'm one of Kira's co-hosts on Red Planet every Sunday. And I'm currently here. We're checking out a really good video by Dr. Fatima. If you don't know about Dr. Fatima, please go and show her some love, because this video is just absolutely incredible. I think it's hold up, I think it's this link. Yep, it's this one. It's called A Practical Guide to Systemic Change. We're basically talking about, like, you know, systemic change. The clues in the video name. So that's what we're watching. Welcome in everyone from Kira's chats, from Kira Chats chat. Hello, Demon Gone Good. Hello, Nell on Starfire. Hello, B-Rat. Chloe. Everybody go follow Chloe as well. Can I get a shout out for Chloe, please, Shafiq? Porcelain, how you doing? Bonbon C3PO, hello. Very cool. Very cool to see all of you. Is it not Fatima? Is that not what I said? Fatima? I'm British. I'm British, my friend. I'm British. In her channel trailer, she said her name was pronounced Fatma. Oh, right. Without the I? Oh, okay. All right. I don't know. All right. Anyway, that's that. How was your stream, Kira? I hope you had a fantastic stream. I hope everything went really well, etc. Yeah. I got nothing much else to tell you about me, chat. That's just me. You don't know me. Anyway.
And while I'm sure that some of them truly believe they were just too powerless to do anything but pin the blame on external factors, I know they're wrong, because I've seen what the alternative looks like.
You need to update your Twitch bio.
I didn't attend the program I'm about to talk about. I only read about it, and I couldn't get a comment from current students. But based on everything I could find, it really looks like the applied physics program at the University of Michigan is a great example of what it looks like to utilize latent power.
Okay.
Long story short, this one department did a massive overhaul of their PhD program, designing it for inclusion from the inside out. They retooled their admissions process, their sense of the point of the degree program, and even their approach to community building. The result was a deeply interdisciplinary and student-driven program that in the last 10 years was responsible for graduating 10% of all Black physics PhDs in the US. For context, there are over 200 institutions that grant physics PhDs in this country, and this one program that took seriously the project of anti-racism in education by changing things where they were is responsible for a full 10th of the Black physicists
Holy
to come
fucking
out of
shit,
the last
chat.
decade. And while it couldn't have been easy, it was at least
Mental.
possible because they believed it was something they had the power to at least try. And this isn't something that just university professors can do. If you want to see a similar example of subversion, but
Hey,
at
the
K
Nets
through
work,
12
Philip. How you
level,
doing?
Go watch the show Abbott Elementary.
It's a mockumentary-style sitcom, kind of like if The Office took place in an underfunded, predominantly Black school in Philadelphia, and was actually really funny.
That's who runs the world, kids.
It's a really impressive show for a lot of reasons. For one, the fact that it's wildly radical for something on network television.
We all know how we have been taught to think about Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, but they were actually much more similar in their philosophies by the end of their lives than they were at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, people said they didn't get along, but that's not true.
But also because it portrays the realities of teachers trying to do their best in a broken education system while simultaneously being a lighthearted and fun thing to watch.
Hell yeah.
Can I just draw? Whatever it takes to keep you out of my hair.
Sir, you are bald.
It follows some teachers navigating an incompetent principal, a corrupt school district, predatory charter schools, and the general conditions of their and their students' lives. And through it all, they support each other to do right by their students. And when I say do right by their students, I don't mean that they dismantled white supremacist capitalist patriarchy. I mean that they did whatever they needed to / could do to help their students. Earlier, when I was outlining the whole leaky pipeline thing, we could see how ultimately the system needed to be perpetuated by people in positions of power relative to students, like teachers and admissions officers and professors acting in biased but normal ways.
Right.
The teachers in Abbott Elementary, just like the professors at that Michigan program, understood their role in the system, the power that comes with that role, and then decided to do something different. It's funny, people have been asking me like, what job should they aspire to such that they have the most power to change whatever system it is that they're interested in? But I think my answer is like, do whatever job you like, you know, a job that's not going to leave you miserable and burnt out.
Yes.
And then figure out how to be useful from there.
Yeah, that's so true. Again, that's relating to what I was saying before about like the complicity thing, right? If you know that like the industry that you work in, or like the company that you work for has like awful policies that like really hurt people in many ways, like you have to ask yourself like, how much control do you have over that? Like, where this is why like in activism we do a thing called power mapping, right? It's like, how much control do you have over your situation, and who are the people that do, right? So power mapping is important, and like you could do that in your life. You could be like, all right, well, you know, if I join a union, do I think I could like fundamentally change this? Cool, yeah, but then you got to start a union, right? You got to unionize your workplace, so you start from there. Don't just like quit your job, like coming out of like your job just because your company is terrible, and it's literally like, you know, you're just gonna hurt yourself. You're just gonna hurt yourself. Do you know what I mean? You're just gonna fucking hurt yourself. Tyler the Goat says, are you part of Antifa? I asked because you have it listed on your stream. That's right, Tyler the Goat. I am the CEO of Antifa. It's me. I'm the guy that's in charge. All correspondence for Antifa, send that to me. That comes directly to me. Yeah, that's how Antifa works. It's a big corporate entity.
I don't think I had to sacrifice the dreams that I have for my life or the way that I want to live my life. But the thing that I can do is that within like what I decide to do.
I knew they were organized. That's true. I'm a very organized guy.
Change. If I am in a position where I decided to be a professional underwater basket weaver, and I have this grand audience of people who want to watch me weave a basket underwater, right? You better believe that as this underwater basket weaver, I'm going to tell people to respect trans people.
So whatever your industry or passion or job is, you have some systemic power in that capacity.
Mr. Antifa.
To leverage it in favor of the causes you can.
That's my new blue sky name. That's going to be my new blue sky name, Blue Vixen.
Care about.
Oh, sorry, Umbra Sage, yeah.
Number 7, tap into communities, preferably
Mr. Antifa to you.
If you remember one thing from this list,
I'm so organized, Bonbon C3. I'm like the most organized guy. Definitely the most. Definitely the most organized guy. So my life is like fully together. Got it all neatly arranged. You know, it's going great. It's going good. It's going real good. By the way, chat, I need money to live, so sub off Twitch. Yeah, you know the command.
You
Shafiq will
cannot do this alone.
Shafiq will do
Whatever
it.
massive systemic issue it is that you're concerned about, there are likely
Known
people
for
not
it.
too far from you who are suffering because of it, and there are almost definitely people not too far from you who are already organizing about it. So go find them. For a start, maybe get to know the community that you live in. Do you know the people who live in your apartment?
It's just Mr. Antifa was my father. Wait, what? Please, Mr. Farr was my father. Please call me Auntie.
Building or on your street? Do you know what kinds of issues people in your city deal with? If there was a natural disaster where you lived, do you know who around could help you, or who's really going to need some help? Beyond just like being a conscious member of your community, doing some research on the place that you live can lead you to people in your area who are already doing organizing work that you can support, whether with your time or your money. For a more detailed how-to, here's a piece from Vice on how
every time. This is why like the best piece of advice that we give on Red Planet is join a union, yeah? Because in unions, you will likely find people who are already doing other stuff other than just being in a union, or at the very least, they know people who are doing other stuff other than being in a union, right? Like, that's the most easy step you can give people, right? Find out who union rep is at work. Find out what union it is. Is it a yellow union? Well, yeah, a little bit. Okay, well, if there's still people in it who seem like pretty based, go to your meeting. Meet some people. Start building that community. Start building that network, right?
Find and join an organization pushing for the causes you care about. Again, from Benia Silva, the historical record shows that fundamental change on race, class, and gender matters always requires a social movement.
Yeah.
Although social movement work is slow, hard, and somewhat open-ended, it is ultimately the main vehicle for changing the world. He said it, not
Thanks,
me.
Chloe.
Join political organizations. I'm not going to tell you which one. It's not on me to choose your values. I'm just trying to tell you how to live your values. Local politics is another great avenue for community participation. Decisions at the local level generally have more of a tangible impact on people's day-to-day lives than who's the president. I have never been more checked out of a presidential election cycle than I am now, but
Yep.
I will tell you to vote in your local elections. It only takes a couple hours every few years to look up a voting guide that aligns with your values and literally do your minimum civic duty. But you could also attend city halls or petition for something you care about to be put on a ballot, or canvass for a local candidate that you support. The really cool thing about this kind of grounded community work is that it can give you an avenue to affect change in a system that you otherwise don't have much power in. This was the logic of the Black Panthers' free children for breakfast. This was the logic of the Black Panthers' free breakfast for children program.
Yes.
They knew children were experiencing food insecurity, and they understood how negatively hunger can impact a child's ability to learn. So to support the education of kids in their community, they just gave them breakfast. And what started as feeding just 11 kids
Easy
in a
as
church
that.
in West
Easy
Oakland
as that.
eventually became feeding
Chat again, like, this is huge. This is huge, right? This is huge.
And
Listen.
what started as feeding just 11 kids in a church in West Oakland
Just 11 kids in one church in one place, West Oakland, yeah?
eventually became feeding 10,000 kids a day across the country. That is before the FBI shut them down and the government ripped off their...
You don't need to know what links up your ideas when you have them. You just have to have one, right? Oh yeah, that's why the government came down so hard on the Black Panthers. Yeah, COINTELPRO, everything. Yeah, if you create systemic change, right?
idea. And that's not even to say that nationalization of your local community work should be the goal. People coming together to feed their community, for example, with a neighborhood garden, can be a radical act that has real impact.
Like, it sounds ridiculous, right? Like, growing food is revolutionary, but it turns out that growing food is really fucking revolutionary. These are people who are growing food and having tangible impacts in their communities, right?
Based Bellamy is always based.
For free or at significantly reduced prices. A lot of them have like prepared meals programs where they're preparing meals for people to lessen that burden, specifically like Black single mothers.
And I emphasize trying to do this work IRL instead of online for a few reasons. First, because it just...
Yeah, food not bombs, always get harassed by the cops.
Yeah. Soup kitchen or at your neighborhood garden. That is when you feel good about participating in those kinds of politics. When you see the people that you're helping, when you smile in their faces, I think that is the difference between participating online versus actually participating in more tangible ways that make you feel good.
I know that's some.
I was speaking to one of my friends on Sunday who, like, when she was in London, she worked with like a homeless supporting the homeless organization, like helping homeless people get housed and stuff like that. And I was talking to her about it, and I was saying the same thing that I've told all of yous, chat, before. I've said it many times, but when you do activism, even when it's unpaid, you get paid in a way that money cannot give you. Yeah, it's that soul enrichment, soul fulfillment. It's a special thing. It's a very human thing. It's something that's been taken away from us. It's something that we've been alienated from, and told that is a waste of time. Do you know what I mean? So absolutely, very important.
People will react to that argument with some bullshit about how altruism is just the selfishness of wanting to feel good. But remember, I'm not interested in philosophical purity. I'm interested in getting things done. And if feeling good can help us get things done, then let's feel good. But besides just feeling good, there's...
Right, exactly, Dime. Dime's talking about watching Cool Hand Luke. There's a scene where the prisoners get hype and tar up a dirt road with 2 hours to spare. The overseer looks upset because they're not supposed to be happy. You're not supposed to be happy, even if it makes you do a better job. Right. Yeah.
A lot of utility.
So be happy. Find things that make you happy. Find that soul fulfillment, you know?
In focusing on your physical surroundings.
You can't attack systems globally. You can't even dissect systems nationally. Really, all systems are better for us to be thinking about attacking them on community and local levels, right? Things that...
Yes, the connection that capitalism tells us to substitute with consumption. Exactly that, Shafiq, yeah.
In the room know exactly what we're talking about or have a vested interest or socially somehow held accountable to us in some way, shape, or form. Your friend down the hall, your barber, whatever.
A book that really helped me understand this was How to Do Nothing, Resisting the Attention Economy by Jenny Odell. I do realize the irony of the titles How to Do Nothing and Laziness Does Not Exist. The subtext is how to be useless to capitalism, which is often useful to humans.
Yep.
TLDR, corporate social media is destroying our brains and relationships and democracies. And not only does surrendering our attention to these platforms pad the wallets of the billionaires who own them, but it also distracts us from the potential for interdependence with people we actually share physical space with.
Yep.
The potential to, as Odell puts it, resist in place. To resist in place is to make oneself into a shape that cannot so easily be appropriated by a capitalist value system.
Yes!
It means
Oh, this
recognizing
fucks
and
so
celebrating
hard.
a form of the self that changes over time, exceeds algorithmic description, and whose identity doesn't always stop at the boundary of the individual. She's an artist, so it's a lot of flowery language and metaphor that gets you there, but she does an excellent job of breaking down this idea of refusal in place in a way that left me with this overwhelming urge to go embed myself in communities in a way I had never felt before. Highly recommend. I think this book really helped me learn how to live my values instead of just claiming them as an identity. But as a real quick footnote to this point, I want to acknowledge that the advice...
And you know, chat, if part of your identity is calling yourself a communist, go ahead and be a communist, you know?
of go participate in the real world won't work for everyone. Like, I have friends who are just too physically disabled to go out and participate in local organizing, especially with organizations that don't use...
Tyler the Goat says, okay, but in what way you're change the system? Peacefully, like MLK, or with violence? Dude, you have no understanding of Martin Luther King. So shut the fuck up about Martin Luther King. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, fucking absolutely, like... And also, like, you know, saying that, like, you know, well, what, you know, you're talking about, like, all with violence, so you're talking about, like, I don't know. He was not violent, dude. Right, do you think what happened to Martin Luther King wasn't violent? Do you think that, like, Martin Luther King just, like, marched through the streets with everyone that he was with, and like never got harassed once, never had to defend themselves, they never got punched, they never got stabbed, they never got attacked, they never got shot? Like do you think that like black people in the civil rights movement never experienced any violence and never defended themselves? Because you're fucking dead wrong. You're fucking dead wrong. You're so fucking wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like, what are you fucking talking about? Shut the fuck up, man.
Accommodations like masks or ramps to make their spaces more...
Let me ask you this. Do you think, yeah, they did not tear down cities? Who tore down cities? Who are these people who tore down cities? Because the only people I know who tear down cities are people like the US government, who literally blew up a city because black people were organizing there. You know what I mean? You can learn about it yourself. It's really easy. Just Google the Tulsa Massacre.
Accessible. In light of that, I think there's a very rich conversation to be had about what productive online organizing looks like. I don't think I'm the right one to lead that conversation, but I hear disability Twitter is pretty good at that kind of thing.
I'm not asking you if the civil rights movement tore down communities. You're having your own conversation with yourself about that. I'm asking you, who tore down cities? You're saying that like someone didn't do it. Who did? Who's torn down cities?
So here's a list I found of 28 disabled leaders you should follow on Twitter. Feel free to add further recommendations in the comments below. Also, there are definitely some ways that you can...
And also, like, I don't know if you know, like, your first... The Black Lives Matter in 2020. Okay, which cities did they tear down? I knew that this was where it was coming from. Which cities? Which cities did they tear down? Go on, I'll wait. You know, you got what you wanted. You got a bit of attention. You know, it's also like so funny, man. Like this guy in the chat, he's like, how do you want to change systems? We're watching a video about that. We're watching a video about that. But you like posited it. You posited it with this like absurd notion that like you definitely knew would annoy people, right? You definitely knew that they would annoy people because you're in a stream where like I've got Antifa in my shit, and you're like, are you a member of Antifa? So you know you're a reactionary. You know what I mean? You're a reactionary. And that's the end of it. The thing about that, though, my friend, is that you are a fucking rube. All of these opinions that you have where you're like, MLK was really peaceful, Black Lives Matter, tore down cities, oh my God, Antifa's this like horrible, terrible thing, and blah, blah, blah. You are being used. You are a rube. None of the people who are saying these things to you are actually interested in your life or making a difference to your life. It's also, they can get dough, they can keep exerting the power that they have over the entire fucking world, and that's the end of it. You're a rube. The sooner you fucking grow up and learn, the better.
Leverage online resources to get to the point of IRL organizing. You can follow local organizers on social media, or look for activist meetups in your area, or research your city and its history. The internet doesn't have to be a doom-inspiring time sink.
My man's either like laughing because he thinks he's like really triggered some leftists and he's like, I'm such a good troll. Or he's frantically Googling for cities that Black Lives Matter have actually burned down. Which is a very funny concept.
Just make sure you use it strategically, lest it burn you out. Speaking of burnout, number 8. Don't let the bigness of it all...
Frantically Googling. What are you talking about? I came in good faith. Look at the Minneapolis St. Paul protest. I don't know about you, man, but Minneapolis is still there. I don't know what you think. I don't know what information you've got, but I know I have pretty up-to-date information, and Minneapolis is still very much there, dickhead. So you're wrong.
I had a friend, he was like...
You were actually doing that, weren't you? You were actually desperately Googling which cities did Black Lives Matter tear down because you're just a fucking twat. You literally have no free will, no ability to think for yourself or anything like that. Use this as a wake-up moment, dude. Like, these people are fucking lying to you. They're lying to you.
Really active, and he went to like a Democratic convention, and he came back and said something along the lines,
the target in St. Paul's is the whole of Minneapolis.
None of us are doing enough. You're not doing enough. That specific experience almost turned me off to the idea of like politics at all, or like social change at all.
It can be really, really easy to get caught up in how big and challenging and never-ending the project of social change is, and a byproduct of this is feeling like you can never do enough.
Oh my God, stop it. Like, fucking activist burnout is easily one of the worst fucking things in the entire world. Never, ever, 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 chat, take on too much. Because, and this is not a direct criticism, this is not like me having a go at anybody, yeah? Or anything like that. This is me telling you, like, you will have elements of your, you know.
Hello, me old chum.
Thanks for the follow. Like, you will have elements of your own ego that are like not so easily dismantled. So when you get into activism, when you get into like whatever it is, whatever you choose to do, unionizing, anything like that, you will inevitably have this like hero complex, right? Where it's like, right, I've got to do everything. Do you know what I mean? Got to do everything. Got to do everything. But you have to dismantle that bit of yourself that says you are, ruthless worker, and you can never stop. You're a machine. You're gonna carry on, because that is all like it's related to ego, and it's related to how the systems influence our ego, right? Hey Burstone, shout out from Feek. Saw you in his video a long time ago and just saw you live. Much love to you too. How's it going? Welcome to the chat. Good to see you.
Agency and responsibility.
This guy isn't even a new chatter, by the way. This guy isn't even a new chatter. This Tyler the Goat guy. Where did you come from? Was that really your first chat? Are a part of Antifa? You didn't even spell it right, dude.
Can be very productive. Constantly stressing that you need to be doing more generally isn't. For one, it can make you give up before you've even gotten anywhere. Research on climate grief shows that when we focus on how big and complex a problem is, we feel powerless and miserable, whereas focusing on small, local, attainable steps we can take reduces anxiety and increases motivation. But there's another way that this insatiable feeling of I must do more can backfire, and that's burnout. Kathy Labriola, a counselor that works with activists and is a veteran activist herself, describes the inevitability of this burnout as she's seen it in her work. At any given moment in the last 50 years, there are lots of people saying, oh my God, this is the most important issue ever in history, and we must sacrifice.
Climate grief is the thing I'm suffering from hard in the last few days. So that is like that thing before, right? It's literally like, what am I doing here? It's like I'm about to eat someone's pussy. No, like, that's what you have to do. You have to, like, eat pussy. No, I'm sorry. I'm in a fucking feedback loop right now. Goatsy, maybe? You gotta eat some goatsy. Stop it. Stop it, chat. Stop egging me on. What you gotta do is you gotta separate the you that, like, can do stuff about stuff and then can't do stuff about other stuff, right? Because all that's gonna do is just gonna lead to, you know, you're just gonna end up like getting upset and feeling overwhelmed and shit like that. And like, yeah, you know, I do that too. I've been doing that a lot recently because, like, you know, I have had such a time of like doing nothing, being sick, not being able to go to the gym and shit like that. And it's like, well, that's that. You know what I mean? You get overwhelmed so easily. Just get really depressed. Like, all the bad stuff's happening. I can't go out and do stuff. Oh my God, I'm fucked. It can be really easy to slip into, but you got to separate yourself from that. And I think that really a big thing is, don't immerse yourself in content that doesn't at least have an element of hopium in. And yeah, that will serve me in the long run, because that means you'll be here. but it's not because of that. It's because literally, like, really important for your psyche. All right, let's read this. Let's read this last message that I'm gonna read from this fucking guy. I don't understand, DJ. How are they lying to me? When you see what happened in Minneapolis, I know. You know, I really think you can't justify the actions that day. Yeah, shut up, dude. Yeah, shut up. I can absolutely justify the actions. What are you talking about? They destroyed some property. Like, who cares, man? And I don't even know if they did destroy property, but I know that that's all you care about. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit. Like, you're not engaging in good faith. You're not. You know, I've been on this radio. I've been streaming politics for 3 years, maybe 4. So, you know, I'm not like new to this rodeo. I know the score. I know what's going on. You know, it's one of those.
Everything for this cause. People said that exact thing 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago about different issues.
I'm gonna do the bare minimum to basically say to that guy that I know that everything he's talking about is bollocks, and he should too. And also on top of that, like, it's all a rube. Like, you're not gonna lift yourself out of poverty by supporting Donald Trump. Do you know what I mean? It's not gonna happen. No small government shit is gonna do anything good for any of you fucking nerds. You know? Hey Zach, what's going on? Welcome in. Everybody go follow Zach. He's incredible. A very, very good, cool guy.
And then they got so burned out after a relatively short time that they just dropped out totally from doing anything. I've known a lot of people who I've watched go from the most active, involved, move-making organizers to shells of their former selves because of the burnout that comes with making change work the unconditional center of your life. So the takeaway here is that we have to be discerning about how we engage in organizing.
Yes.
To this end, I want to share a question posed by Dr. Aisha Khan, who I had mentioned back at the top of this list. How can our lives and political movements be more sustainable and regenerative instead of just falling into cycles of productivity followed by burnout?
Right.
She explores this question in an essay where she shares her experiences with two different kinds of organizing collectives that I think are great examples of what to look for and what to avoid when you're finding organizing to get involved in.
We got to get her on Red
The
Planet
first
chat.
is highly organized
Aisha Khan.
and efficient and productive, but impersonal, spending every moment on getting things done to the point of not eating or taking breaks or even having the energy to get to know one another. That's one way of doing activism. Here's how she describes the other. I wasn't best friends with every single person that ever joined these groups, but we intentionally created a culture of care and would balance organizing campaigns or initiatives or events with just spending time together. We would spend late nights working over chai or chat over froyo or Persian ice cream, spend hours.
I'm going to go follow her
together.
channel. What, Aisha Khan? I was going to say we should get Aisha Khan. I saw a mutual earlier. It's possible. You're all thinking I'm talking about Dr. Fatima. Maybe we should get Dr. Fatima on Red Planet anyway, but I was talking about Dr. Aisha Khan. Is that a motorbike? I was like, yeah, it's a motorbike. I thought it's someone tapping a snare drum like this. Anyway, yeah. Dr. Fatima, you meant? No, yeah, I meant Aisha Khan. Sorry.
Sharing pieces of our past with each other, or crying in each other's laps and mourning our collective grief. Damn, I should probably say something about the grief, huh? Number 9, grieve what you can't change, which will be a lot.
Well, you know, I'm standing corrected here because I was just telling Gobs like that they shouldn't be like, don't grieve over things you can't control. But now I'm about to learn that I'm wrong.
Isn't it strange to know something is like off, messed up, but like still be doing it? What about the cognitive dissonance that comes with like knowing something is wrong but still doing it anyway?
Through this whole list, I've been trying really hard to emphasize your agency and your power and your very real potential to do something.
Yes, food, it's an integral part of History Connection. Make food part of your organization. Take it turns to feed each other. Like, yeah, that relief of the reproductive labor of cooking is like such a huge thing for a lot of people. Do you know what I mean? And it's also like the very beginnings of mutual aid in whatever society you're in. Because it's like, okay, well, I'm doing the food this week, so I'm paying for it. I'm getting all the stuff. Then someone else does it next week. Someone else does it the week after, etc., etc. You start to learn the mutual aid sort of cycle, right?
Something that matters. But I'd be lying to you if I said that we could solve everything. The real reality of it is that there will always be things outside of our control. Systems we can't change, battles we won't win. And while
yeah.
I do think that it supports our sense of agency to focus
if
on
I cook, maybe I don't have time to do the dishes, right?
The things we can't. I don't think we can completely ignore the latter. Here's Dr. Devin Price one more time on the necessity of grieving the things we can't change.
True, Shafiq,
I can fight and fight to make the world more just, but if my goal is fixing a decades-old problem or making it go away, I'm destined to fail and burn out. Sometimes the best way to deal with those feelings of panic and guilt is
I know
to
what you
really
mean,
let
Gobs.
them
Yeah, I
wash
know what you
over us
mean.
for a moment and really accept that we're not fully in control.
I think the reason that I'm saying that about climate grief specifically is because I'm really feeling that too right now. Do you know what I mean? Like the thing is that I think this affects everybody. I don't think it matters who you are. I think just like the knowledge of it happening isn't even it. Like we have like a direct connection to the earth. I think that people forget that a lot of the time. We come from the earth. We are the earth. We are the universe, etc. Do you know what I mean? So knowing that like this big thing that we are completely culpable in has destroyed like vast ecosystems, it's like, wow. Do you know what I mean? Similar to COVID, right? When everyone, first got COVID and like COVID was going around, you know what I mean? Abolish landlords and climate refugees have housing, GG. Everything is connected, right? Everything is connected. So that's why it's very important to have like every single aspect looked at, you know?
or fully.
I work outdoors. The tangible evidence of the planet changing for the worse is everywhere all the time. Right, exactly. I'm going to go foraging soon. It's about that time that I go foraging. Normally go foraging around this time every year. And I'm going to notice it. I noticed it last year. The mushrooms I was looking for, they weren't coming in at the same time that they normally would. And that's freaky as fuck. That's freaky as fuck when every year previously it's been like the same time. And it's like, oh, hang on a minute. Something's not quite right.
Responsible for it. This can be an immensely sad experience, but it can also be liberating.
Thanks,
When
Gobs.
we mourn the losses that can never be brought back, we
Yeah,
come
me
to
too.
accept the reality we're living in. This allows us to address problems realistically and sustainably. If you're committed
Husker, what's up?
to making the world a better place, a lot of feelings like hopelessness and frustration and exhaustion are gonna come up. And while I've said that sitting in the negative can hinder your agency, ignoring a feeling isn't the same as getting past it.
Right.
Sometimes we just need to feel our feelings in order to process them and come to terms with their very real causes. So practice accepting these feelings. Observe them, talk them out with comrades, and give them the respect they deserve.
Yep.
And then go watch an episode of Abbott Elementary with a friend over some ice cream and have a little laugh. Or
Hell
whatever
yeah.
processing you're feeling.
Have a little laugh.
It's different for everyone.
Just have a little
and
laugh.
Once you felt what you needed to feel and gotten back to an emotional state in which you can feel your agency again, go out and do the damn thing.
Yeah.
The only thing that I can control is the thing I do right now.
Yes.
Today. And if I don't do it today, tomorrow I would not have done it.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Now please stop asking me how to fix science.
Buzz in. Incredible.
God is change, and in the end, God prevails. But meanwhile, kindness eases change. Love quiets fear. And a sweet and powerful positive obsession blunts pain, diverts rage, and engages each of us in the greatest, the most intense of our chosen struggles.
Hell yeah.
I want to explain all these ominous poetry readings that have been sprinkled throughout this video. The 3 passages you heard are from Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower.
Oh, I've heard of this.
I read for the first time during that year that I didn't leave the house. The story takes place in a world that's just a touch more dystopian than ours, uncannily so, and follows the survival story of a protagonist who's driven out of one of the last safe gated communities when it's destroyed and most of the people she grew up with are killed. It's a sad book, but it's good. But it's not the kind of survival story of being self-sufficient and making it on your own.
God is a trigger word for me. Am I a bad person? No, it depends, like, what kind of, like, I know you personally have, like, a shit history with that, right? With religion and shit. Religious trauma is, like, a real thing. It doesn't make you a bad person. That you can't let that, like, affect how you interact with people, though, right? Do you know what I mean? Just because someone says they're a Christian doesn't mean they're immediately trying to hurt you. That's like a really important thing you got to do. You got to break that cycle of abuse. Do you know what I mean? You know? So, yeah.
Survives by kind of
Let's get some love in the chat for Zach, everyone.
collecting people who have also lost their homes and or families into this ragtag group that help each other get by while also looking for a new way to live. And in doing this, she basically starts a religion that gives her
It's
and
great,
her
Brick Griff.
followers
It's so
not
good.
only a vision for a better future, but also a means to get there. And her whole religion is based on one core idea. The only thing you can ever count on is that things will change.
Yep.
And the absolute inevitability of this change is the basis from which we can form hope.
Hell yeah.
I believe at times people confuse hope and optimism. To be an optimist is to expect change without doing anything, or expecting things to get better without you having to push anything forward. Hope is the vehicle through which you input action with the expectation that things will change. And that is the only guarantee of life, that things will one day be this and then the next day be something different.
It might sound small, but sitting with this idea that all I can be sure of is the future being different than the present
with no certainty that it'll be better, has brought about one of the most important shifts in my thinking that continues to be relevant in literally every area of my life. And when it comes to thinking about oppressive systems, understanding the nature of change via this fictional religion has helped me feel like a participant in politics rather than a victim of it. Because it's given me hope, and hope is a reason to
I thought that death is the only guarantee. Death is also a change.
Something. Being a doomer doesn't make you clever or rational. It is not the intelligent, big brain thing to assume the world is fucked and there's nothing we can do about it. Pessimism ultimately suffers the same ungrounded self-assuredness of the future as optimism, because whether you're predicting utopia or apocalypse, you don't actually have any way of proving that you're right.
Yes.
We don't know the future. We can never know the future. And as terrifying as it is to admit that we are completely ignorant to what awaits us, it is in that foggy, gray, unknown space that a world beyond our wildest dreams can have the potential to exist.
Yes!
It has to exist somewhere in here before it has any chance of existing out there. So my hope with that last story is to get you to see that change is always happening. Always has been, always will. And every single one of us is always affecting and being affected by that change, no matter how small. So now it's on you to decide. Are you gonna sit back and watch other people shape reality into what they want? Or are you gonna get out there, live your values, and shape change yourself?
Let's do it. Let's do it, chat.
I got a cat. Thank you.
What a video. Everybody, please, please, please go and support Dr. Fatima. I think that's how you say it. I'm not sure until someone corrects me or I find out actually how you say it. That's the only way I can say it. Yeah. So here is a link to the video in the chat. There is a cat on screen. There is a cat on screen. It's very good. It's very, very good. It's doing that thing where like cats have like those real like slits of eyes, pupils even, which I find fascinating. Anyway. Anyway, chat. I'm glad that we watched that. It was really, really good. And yeah, discovered a new excellent content creator. Just that one video is like really, really fucking awesome. Like, it's great that we're seeing like so many creators come out with like similar videos with like a similar style in like the same kind of time frame. Like, this was in June. Sophie's like released hers like literally a couple weeks ago. Yeah, and then Zoe B as well a couple weeks before that. So really, 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 really awesome that like this is now the paradigm. The paradigm is shifting, chat. The paradigm is shifting. Yeah, we literally can see it happening. Not even just in like the way that things are like going on in the world, like the increase in strike action and shit like that, but also in the way that like commentators are talking. Like, commentators are now talking about being more hopeful, giving people more ideas and tools to engage with the world around them and shit like that. Yeah, important, very important, and you can see it. The trend word hope and how to keep it is heartening. Yeah. The trend word hope, how to keep it is heartening. Wait, are you talking about something else? Oh, I don't even know. I think I know what you're saying in that chat message, but I might have got it wrong. Anyway, listen, chat, thank you so much for being here. The trend toward hope. Right. Okay. Listen, chat, like, it's been a great stream. I really, really, really had a good time, and I hope that you all did too as well. I'm itching to get back to editing, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm also gonna like eat some food as well. So thanks so much everybody for being here today. Really, really, really important for you to be here. Thank you so much for the raid, Kira. Thank you so much for the donos. Chat, we only need 140. Yeah? Wait, is it 140? We only need 140 to get to the £600 reduced dono goal that we need to hit for the Gnome DJ stream. That's like 15 people, no, 30 people donating £5. It's easily doable. Please, please, please consider subbing off Twitch before the end of the month. I have a feeling that we're going to make it, chat. I have a feeling that we're going to make it, maybe even a little bit more. I don't know. But listen, don't go nowhere. I would really appreciate it if you stuck around, because we're going to go ahead and there are fucking gnats flying everywhere in here. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and raid someone. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, everybody, for the very, very, very kind words. Thank you again, obviously, for people just being here, and thank you for people lurking and all that stuff as well. Thank you for the follows as well today. That's been cool as shit. Excuse me. Let's raid someone. Who are we raiding? Wait. Gotta go back to Twitch. May I suggest? No, I don't take suggestions, I'm afraid. Oh! Tasmadar. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. Who do we got? Okay, I can't not raid Sophie. It's Sophie. We're always raiding Sophie. I'll always be raiding Sophie. Let's go raid Sophie. She's great. She's amazing. If you don't know Sophie, what you're doing with yourself, she's my co-host on Red Planet. One of my co-hosts. Join us. Use the raid command in the chat. The Egg Dog one if you're a sub. The Tomb Raid one if you're not. But yeah, we're going to go and check her out. She's reacting to Ben Shapiro's Barbie video. Amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. Let's fucking go, chat. Anyway, I will see you. This is the last stream of the week, by the way. This is the last stream of the week. So I will see you after the weekend. Well, I'll see you. I'll see you on Sunday with Red Planet, but I'll also see you on Monday, next stream here. Don't forget it, chat. Don't forget it. Check out. There is one in the chat, one who reads. There is literally one in the chat after the exclamation part, raid 2. If you can't handle a whole weekend without me, don't forget I got all my socials. I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on Instagram, I'm on YouTube. I got a VOD channel on YouTube, I got a Patreon, I got all that stuff. Movie night is this weekend, 6 p.m. in the Discord. If you want to watch movie night, 2 Dungeons & Dragons films in the Discord. Don't forget it. Right, if you're watching this VOD on YouTube, like, share, comment, subscribe. Love you loads. Oh my god, I'm running out of time. Love you. Movie night, don't forget it. Mwah. Sex to each other. Peace, peace, peace.